Well, it turns out that there is nothing in Princeton's master plan that substantiates or justifies a 10% cap on FAR in the R1 district. In fact, the master plan, land use plan, doesn't even mention the R1 district. It doesn't discuss it. So, in my opinion, there is no damage to the master plan because there is nothing stated there that this application would run counter to. And as previously mentioned, so there's nothing in the planning documents that justify the 10% limitation, and concerns that have been expressed in the past few years over tear downs and the replacement of modest homes with monster homes, and that led to the town's community character initiative, are in no way applicable to this application. The addition of a pool house and enclosed connector to a single-family house on a 2.3-acre lot will have no impact on the Princeton master plan whatsoever, in my opinion. Now, with respect to the zoning, the purpose of the zoning is to implement the master plan. Because the master plan doesn't justify the 10% FAR limit, but it does encourage alterations to the housing stock that better accommodate the changing needs of the residents. It's clear to me that no damage to zoning or the zone plan will occur as a result of granting the required relief and approving the application. With respect to any damage to the surrounding neighborhood, as we heard, the property in question is located in a secluded, heavily wooded residential neighborhood of large single-family homes on large lots. There is every reason to believe that the proposed use will blend seamlessly into this neighborhood, and that the proposed pool house and connection to the main house will go entirely unnoticed. If anything, as we also heard, the proposed use is likely to be more benign than the existing in-ground pool. In-ground pools can be used by many people at the same time, day or night. They can be locations for pool parties, which can sometimes be loud and get rowdy, especially if there's a bunch of teenagers involved. They can be dangerous when young children are unattended. On the other hand, an enclosed lap pool is a place for solitary exercise. There is no noise or lights to disturb the neighbors. It's an entirely benign addition to the neighborhood. It does not pose a latent threat to unattended children. In summary, I think in my opinion, the application satisfies both the positive and the negative criteria and should be approved. Mr. Goldberg, any questions? Madam Chair.
Unless the board has any.
Any questions?
Any questions
Be happy
right
to
now?
answer.
The excavation for the new pool, is there going to be regrading related to the excavation for the new pool, or are you filling in the old pool with?
That is a question for one of the earlier witnesses.
Mark, if you want to just address that question, please.
There would be some regrading. Existing pool would come out completely and then regrade it around to create the path and the new structure.
Mhm. But you don't expect like significant, you can absorb the,
The whole, it's on the same general plane.
yeah,
It's just that pool will come out and a new structure will go into place.
okay. And I do have another question related to the lights. I don't know the spacing of those fixtures, but if you're uplighting, you would typically be uplighting if there was something to wash, a ceiling or a wall. So this is just going to throw the light. I understand it's light transmitting. It's not completely clear, but you're throwing the light through the roof. Is there a reason why you're not just directing it down?
Tom?
Or, it's not doing both. Okay, I didn't follow that. I heard up and down. Okay.
Anyone else right now before we see if there are any comments from the public?
I do have one more question. Where will the heating and cooling pads be? I don't see any of that on the drawings.
Use the mic, please.
If you're looking at the plan, it's sort of the lower right-hand corner of the addition in this area. There's a small bump out right adjacent to that.
Isn't it shown in the other picture as well?
It may show better.
Is that just the pool equipment?
Yes,
So that's the pool equipment and that's where it's going.
right. This is the equipment room and then a pad outside.
Okay, on the proposed concrete pad. That's-
Yes,
Okay.
and then a small mechanical room.
Thank you.
Perhaps I missed it, but how is the structure addressing the reflected light question from the memo? I understand the nature of the panels themselves, but I don't think we heard testimony specifically about that. The reflected light.
Yeah.
There was the comment in the memo about how light from the sun essentially, I guess, would refract or reflect off of the.
Please use the mic, sir.
So, the sun has a certain amount of lumens. We looked at this. I don't have the exact numbers of it, but it's, do you know what it was? Sorry. So there's a certain amount of lumens from the light. So say, if I say it, I don't know the exact number. So, but when the light comes down, it knocks the lumens down drastically. So I don't want to make up a number, you know what I'm saying? But
So you're saying that the reflected light would be less than the source of the light, essentially?
yes,
Sir?
exactly.
Didn't you state earlier that the light was going to go down and not up? Mrs. Chen asked you a question, because earlier in your testimony, it seemed like the light would go up as well as down.
It can, yeah, that's what I
So-
was saying. That
But
light,
I thought
could-
you said that in your most recent testimony, that the light would go down and not up, because she stated that usually it washes a wall, and this is diffused
Yeah.
glass panel, and I thought you said that the light was only going to go down. Is that what you
Yeah,
heard?
that's
No,
not how I understood.
I'm sorry, this light can go up and down. So you can turn it to where it just goes down, or you can turn it where it goes up and down.
Okay,
Is
so,
that-
What's it going to do?
It's going to go down, yeah. I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
I think you were just saying it can in theory.
It can, yes. And then, does that answer? Yeah, I think
Well, it can, in other words, you'll set it, or whoever, when it's built, that it'll be set that way
Down.
permanently.
yeah. Yeah, we can get this light where it just goes down.
And if that is certainly a concern for the
Yeah, we would-
condition could be that the light must be permanently put in downward
A
position.
down sconce, yeah.
right.
Does that address the question or questions?
Well, I think my question was a little bit different. I was
Yeah,
talking about the sun, not
yeah, that question
not
was
the
different.
fixtures. But I think I'm satisfied.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had the exact, because I talked to the manufacturer about the lumens, and he told me, and it was pretty interesting, actually.
Is the roof is clear as well or translucent?
It's all the nano wall.
It's all the same thing, okay.
Any other questions before we take comments from the public, if there are any? Is there anyone here tonight who would like to speak to this particular application? Looks like not. So I guess we'll go into executive session now. Does anyone want to say what they think about this, or are there any other final questions?
I'm sorry. It's really a legal question, and that is, if the, can you satisfy the public health thing with the benefit being solely for one family?
Well, I believe the planner identified a number of purposes of zoning that he feels the application can meet. The board doesn't necessarily have to agree with all of them to approve the application, and I understand that certainly you could raise that as a question, that does public health mean the health of the applicant, or does it mean the health of the public at large? But the planner did identify other criteria, including, appropriate use and development of the property, sorry? Yes, and he also argued that it was uniquely suited to this because of the heavily landscaped and wooded and the size of the lot and the relationship of the FAR to the overall lot. So you don't have to accept all of the argument if you still wish to approve the application.
Well, but perhaps I can
Sure.
maybe clarify that.
Yeah.
So the point that I was making is that the public health is the result of individual choices, and it's the sum of all those individual choices that we individually make that results in the collective public health. It's not necessarily something that affects us all collectively. It's a decision that you and myself and the others make to lead a healthy lifestyle, to eat a healthy diet, to exercise regularly. And if we all are doing that, then the public health is being addressed. And in this case, the applicant is taking steps to do something to address his own situation, not other people's, but his own situation. And so in that sense, I feel that it does influence the public health. Obviously, not all of us could or necessarily should follow that same path in our own lives. But this is the choice that the applicant has made.
You know, I understood that that was the argument. I was questioning the validity of that argument. In fact, were there any cases in which it was held that individual health concerns constitute a public health concern?
I'm not aware of that, Mr. Stein. I'm not aware of any cases. And as I indicated, the board doesn't have to accept that argument in order to find another basis to support the application.
Understood.
You know, I actually think I made a mistake a couple of minutes ago because I didn't give you a chance to make any summary comments. And maybe that's why we were all a little quiet up here, or maybe not.
Well, no, I mean, I think, obviously, the board has a long agenda tonight, and I don't need to belittle it. I mean, I will just simply state that the applicant, we've already expressed the reasons why he's doing it, and I think it is significant to note that no one is being impacted by this. No one can see into the lot. There are no neighbors being impacted by anything. There is not one negative impact. The applicant, as I mentioned, had reached out well in advance of the 10-day notice required to see if any neighbors had any concerns. And I presume because of the nature of the houses and the landscaped area and the size of the lots, nobody had any concerns or fears about this application.
You know, I was concerned about just that when I went out to take a look, and I looked not only at the fact that there were lots of trees, but I thought it's summertime, so what would it be like in the winter? And from what it seemed to me, I didn't walk the property, but it did seem to me like there were lots of evergreen trees, and it was very, you know, I can't, it's not winter right now, but from the best that I could tell, it looked pretty secluded to me. And as well as that, the houses being very far apart.
That is true.
So I didn't find any, I think I agree with you that maybe the public health criterion, if it's one person, is stretching it a little bit, but I don't think that's the only thing we might base this on.
I move we accept this proposal, D variance.
With any,
Yeah, I would second that
Conditions
with
or
the
as
condition
is?
that they direct the light down as discussed.
can it be set permanently that way, or is it a switch? That's what I was,
Can the light be permanently installed so that it can only go down?
any other,
Is there any way, just as a friendly amendment, I would not want future members of this board to buy into the argument that was put forward tonight that an individual's health deals with the health of the general public. I do not want that precedent set for this board. I think it was very clever. I think it was very cunning and tricky, and hats off for that argument. Seriously, that was brilliant. But I don't want to buy it, and I don't want this board to be held to it, because I personally find it, Madam Chair, I understood you to say it was a bit of a stretch. I think that was stretching so much it snapped. So you and I have a different impression of that. So agree with moving forward. I do not want a precedent for this board to have that as an argument.
okay? We have a motion, and we have
Yeah.
a second. Would you like to?
Ms. Coulson?
Yes.
Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
Mr. Shriver?
Yes.
Mr. Tannenbaum?
Yes.
Mr. Valvanis?
Yes.
Ms. Chen?
Yes.
Ms. Perrin-Lambrose?
Yes.
Thank you, is approved.
Thank you very much, everyone. Good night. Thanks, Derek.
All right. Our next application is 20 Bayard Lane. And that's Z1818-664. There's so few neighbors. That's right. Quiet.
Board members, the noticing is in order, and the board has jurisdiction to hear the application.
Start. Good evening again. Peacock Operations of Princeton is the owner of the Peacock Inn, which is located at 20 Bayard Lane. The property consists of a 3-story, 8,100 square foot restaurant, bar, and hotel situated on a 15,000 square foot lot. There are 16 rooms, an 84-seat restaurant, and a 24-seat bar. Other site improvements include accessibility, ramps, air conditioning, condensers, trash enclosure, driveway, 6 parking spaces. Surrounding properties are mainly single-family uses. To the south is the First Church of Christ Scientist. To the west is the Municipal Hall. Across from Bayard Lane is the Palmer House. It's a 9-room guest house owned by Princeton University. The applicant, regarding the proposed site plan, was issued a notice of violation for establishing a stone outdoor dining area and constructing 2 8-by-12 storage barns. The owner contacted the zoning office immediately after receiving the notice violation and advised they would file the appropriate variance and site plan. Application is now seeking formal approval to permit a 40-seat outdoor dining area as well as the approval of the 2 storage sheds. As I mentioned earlier, properties in the R1 zone is subject to the use and bulk regulations in accordance with sections 17A, 227, and 230 of the former Princeton Borough Land Use Ordinance. The existing hotel, restaurant, and bar use is not a permitted use in this district. It is considered a legal nonconforming use. Zoning history, the property was granted use variance approval in 2007 to permit a new handicap ramp on the north side of the property and the relocation of 5 air conditioners, dumpster enclosure, new fire escape, and a new kitchen exhaust fan. And then the following year, a variance was granted to permit the construction of a deck to provide ingress, egress to the dining room and parking space setbacks and relief from on-site parking variances. They're currently requesting permission for the 40-seat outdoor dining area and the 2 sheds. The outdoor dining, I consider an expansion of a nonconforming use pursuant to NJSA 40:55D-72, and the installations of the 2 sheds increases the existing degree of nonconformity regarding the maximum floor area ratio pursuant to NJSA 40:55D-74. And the maximum permitted floor area is 25%. The existing floor area ratio is 59%, and with the proposed sheds, it goes up to 60.93. No variance or other relief may be granted under the terms of this section unless such variance or other relief can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and will not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan and the zoning ordinance. The following items should be considered when reviewing use variances. The applicant should has the burden of demonstrating special reasons for granting of a variance as well as negative criteria with emphasis on the variance's effects on surrounding properties. Special reasons may be found when the proposed use inherently serves a public good such as school, hospital, public housing, where the owner would suffer undue hardship if required to use the property in compliance with the permitted uses in the zone, and where the use would serve the general welfare because the proposed site is particularly suited to the proposed use. The applicant should explain how the use variance allowing for the expansion of the nonconforming use at this site is in keeping with the goals of the master plan. As far as the bulk variances, pursuant to section 17A 380B, the required setback for the sheds is 5 feet. The proposed setback is 1.2. And regarding parking, the existing use is a legal nonconforming use, and as such, there are no standards. Previous approval set the parking requirement for the hotel restaurant use at 18 spaces. The parking standards from the central business zone were utilized at that time. There was a 1-space differential. In the intervening years, basement space used to be counted as parking area, and it's currently exempted. The applicant is proposing that the 40 exterior spaces that when they're in use, an equal number of interior spaces will be placed out of use. Staff finds this proposal difficult, if not impossible, to enforce. In accordance with section 17A 388, all parking spaces shall be provided on site or within 400 feet of the subject property. There is no additional parking on site. The parkings of the central business zone have been utilized in the previous case for this project, and the parking standard requires 1 space for every 400 square feet of floor area for an eating and drinking use. This equates to 2 parking spaces in this case. We consider that a variance for 2 spaces. I'll just go through some of the site plan criteria rather quickly since there are not a lot of huge improvements on the property. The proposed outdoor surface will increase impervious coverage by 885 feet. Landscaping, no landscaping is proposed. Additional trees and plantings between the sheds and the outdoor seating areas should be considered to help mitigate noise and the visibility of the proposed outdoor dining from adjoining properties. The proposed regarding surface water drainage, the area will add 885 square feet of new impervious coverage. A stormwater management plan will be required. The applicant is proposing to replace the existing stone in the exterior dining area with synthetic pervious grass, which will slope 1% to a drain. A gravel storage area is proposed to be constructed under the pervious synthetic grass. We anticipate a slight impact or increase in the traffic due to the 40 seats. We do suggest, if the application is approved, that the applicant explore whether there is any space on site for bike racks. The on-site parking and circulation, the 2010 approval, the case 808-3, required a valet parking plan for 22 cars. Current records indicate that the applicant has a valet parking agreement with YMCA to accommodate 30 cars. As I mentioned earlier, the new outdoor dining results in a two-space parking increase. Staff recommends that the gravel storage area shall be sized to hold 2 gallons for each square foot of new impervious, or 1,770 gallons. And we do request a stormwater management plan be submitted, subject to review by the land use engineer. That's a synopsis of my memo. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to address them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a question, Derek, on the parking. Under the existing agreement with Y, is there room under that, or there isn't?
Excuse me, I didn't
Is
hear.
there any room for two spaces?
Well, the original requirement, I think, called for 22 spaces to be accommodated in valet, and they have an agreement with 30 spaces with the Y. But to me, it's still a variance. They're adding, 800 square feet of dining area, so I use a CB zone, and that 400 square feet equates to 2 spaces. So, they have the current agreement with the Y, which provides for more than what was the previous condition of 22 spaces.
Will you be speaking to that, or arguing that, or do you agree with Mr. Bridger on that? I'll speak, Mr. Citron.
Indeed, we've gone from 22 to 30 spaces.
We should have
I'm sorry.
you sworn in first.
Right. Should we swear in my witnesses, please?
Gentlemen, first, would you state your names for the record?
Michael Gale.
And Mr. Chimelek?
Yes, James
And if you would
Kamalak.
raise your right hand, both of you, do you swear affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
I do.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good evening. My name is Mark Citron. I am a partner in the law firm of Saul Ewing, Arnstein and Lair here in Princeton, New Jersey, and I'm representing the applicant Peacock Operations of Princeton LLC. Mr. Bridger has gone through the description of the relief being sought tonight, the various variances that are required. And in answer to Mr. Floyd's question, yes, we've gone from 22 spaces to 30 spaces fairly recently, and I'm going to call Mr. Gale as my first witness, if I may. Please, would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Michael Gale.
And where are you employed?
I am employed by the applicant. I am employed as the Vice President of Business Development.
And how long have you been there?
About 15 and a half years now.
And your duties?
I am in charge of acquisitions, dispositions, property management, and management in general of all of our real estate holdings, the applicant's real estate holdings.
Are you familiar with the Peacock Inn?
I am, very much so. I've been involved, I was involved with the acquisition from the very beginning. I was also involved throughout the transition from the old management to the new, and continue to be involved with the hotel operation as well as the restaurant and bar operations.
When was the property acquired by the applicant?
It was acquired just over a year ago from Barry Sussman in May of 2018.
Quick question, did the applicant construct those 2 sheds?
No, the applicant did not construct the sheds. They were on site when the applicant purchased the property. My understanding is they've been there for some time, several years.
And if you could describe where those sheds are located?
They're in the rear of the property. They almost abut the shed or the garage on the adjacent property. They're separated only by probably a couple of feet and a fence.
And to the rear of those sheds is what kind of a structure?
It is a garage, as I understand it.
And the purpose of those sheds?
It's just for general storage for the hotel operation as well as for the restaurant operation.
Could you describe the trash situation on site?
Okay, on site there is.
And by that I mean pickup.
Okay, there is one trash dumpster on site. It is in the rear right-hand corner as you enter the property and go up the driveway. It's in the far right corner. As far as I know, it's been there for a long time, in that situation for a long time. We have had very diligent neighbors inform Derek and inform myself that we've had issues over time with the trash pickup.
And what if anything did you do to ameliorate that situation?
Well, the situation was that our trash hauler was coming to the site too early. To mitigate that situation, I dealt directly with the trash hauler, arranged them to supply pickups from trucks coming from a different dump site. Rather than trucks coming into Princeton in the morning, they now come in the afternoon. And since that change has occurred, I have not received any additional complaints.
And would you describe the Peacock itself? How many rooms, et cetera?
The Peacock Inn is a luxury hotel. It's a boutique hotel containing 16 guest rooms. Also has a fine dining restaurant in-house that, as Derek mentioned before, has 84 seats in the dining room with another 24 seats in the bar area.
Do you have happy hour or such at the restaurant?
It's not a happy hour type of establishment. Again, it is fine dining, it's elegant dining, and it's for more of an upper class, high-end clientele.
Expensive?
Yes, by many people's standards, absolutely.
And if you could describe what you're proposing in terms of the outdoor dining arrangement.
What we're proposing is to add 40 seats to the outdoor area.
How many tables?
10 tables, 40 seats. And it's really, we're looking at it as, really it's an alternate decision for the dining patrons to select between that area and perhaps the indoor area. And if I may, just to help make sense of that, the applicant also owns the Washington Crossing Inn in Pennsylvania. And if any of you are familiar with that, we have indoor dining. It's a nice restaurant inside. We also have outdoor dining there. And what we have seen in our operation there is we open that outdoor dining when the weather permits. And what we find when the weather is right, that's where the patrons go. So they would select that outdoor dining area rather than select the indoor dining area. So on a day that's 75 and sunny, the outdoors will be filled, the indoor space is virtually empty. Conversely, on rainy days or days when that's closed, inclement weather, what have you, it's just the opposite. The indoor areas are filled and the outdoor is not. So it's an alternate selection.
Why are you seeking outdoor seating?
Well, we're seeking it simply because our guests have asked for it. The hotel guests have requested it, the dining guests have requested it, and they would like that alternative.
Do you consider this to be additional seating or alternate seating?
I consider it to be alternate seating, and that's based purely on our experience at the Washington Crossing Inn. It's very evident on a beautiful day that everybody's outside, go in and nobody's inside, and as I stated before, just the opposite on inclement weather days.
The question posed by Mr. Bridger was, how do you control whether you've got additional seating or alternate seating?
And it's a good question, and it's a fair question. Really, it's controlled by a couple of factors. It's mainly the capacity of the kitchen. The kitchen in the Peacock Inn, it's not a large facility, and it can only serve a certain number of people, that 84 and perhaps the 24 that are in the bar. If we were to expand the actual number of patrons to 40 more than that, we would not be able to efficiently maintain our kitchen or the level of service that a fine dining establishment requires.
Do you intend to expand the size of the kitchen?
No, we do not.
What about the waitstaff itself?
Well, again, the wait staff is limited in size. We do not plan on expanding the size of the staff. It's comfortable now. Again, it's not a big facility, so we don't want people running into each other. We want a certain level of service and a certain ambiance for a fine dining restaurant, and there's no reason for us to expand that. I think doing so would negatively affect our level of service and the service that we can provide throughout the dinner experience.
A somewhat rhetorical question, but are you going to serve meals outside during the winter months?
No,
When it's raining?
no,
When it's 90 degrees out?
no,
So that in and of itself is a self-limiting factor, is that correct?
that is correct.
And what about parking?
Okay, parking situation. We've had, again, thank you very much to our concerned neighbors. They've pointed out to us, as soon as we took over pretty much, that there were issues with parking, namely our staff members parking out on Boudinot and perhaps Morven, our valet folks valeting cars out on those residential streets as well. What we've done to address those concerns are two things. Number one, basically threatened to stop using the valet service if they continue to park cars out on the residential streets. And they, to the best of my knowledge, have agreed to do that, and they continue to not park there. As far as our employees go, we created a log. All of our employees must sign in when they come in, and they must tell us where they've parked. And our manager staff actually verifies that they're not parked on the residential streets. And again, they're basically threatened from a human resources perspective that if they don't follow this procedure, they will be terminated. And we have found that to be very successful. It's highly motivating, so they comply.
How many on-site parking spaces do you have?
As Derek mentioned, there are 6 parking spaces on site.
And what are your arrangements with the Y?
With the Y, as was mentioned, when we took over ownership of the Peacock Inn, there were 22 spaces leased. Because of this application and just additional need in general for our employees, or perhaps for valet as well, we negotiated additional parking spaces with the Y. We increased it from 22 spaces to 30.
Is there self-parking?
No, there's not self-parking. I mean, on the residential streets, anybody's allowed to park there. I can't tell a guest they cannot park their car on the street. But on our lot or in the Y, it's not self-parking. We do that through valet.
Would you describe the lighting arrangements that you're proposing for the outdoor seating area?
Well, first of all, with regard to the lighting, we're not going to add any outdoor lighting per se, nothing to the building, no poles, no posts, anything like that. The only lighting that we're proposing is actually built into the umbrellas that would be affixed to the tables, and it's pinpoint LED lighting that is directed directly down onto the table as not to protrude into the, into the environment.
High intensity or low intensity lighting?
I would say it's low intensity. It's enough to give us the lighting that we need at the table level, but not enough to intrude into the neighboring spaces.
And could you address potential noise issues? Do you intend to have something like music?
No, we don't. It was something we contemplated initially, but we care about our neighbors. We don't want to cause them any problems with noise. So no, we elected just wholly not to do that. In addition, as many of you probably know, there is a lot of noise generated from the traffic out on Bayard, particularly the trucks, and we felt that even having some music there would be interrupted so much or perhaps drowned out that it really wasn't a worthwhile endeavor.
Do you ever have sports bar night or anything like that?
No, nothing like that. Again, this is a fine dining, elegant restaurant. We don't participate in activities like that.
Now, Mr. Bridger mentioned the suggestion of installation of a bike rack. What's the applicant's position on that?
We'd be happy to work with the municipality on that. Absolutely no problem. I think we can accommodate that.
And what about landscaping?
Landscaping, again, if there is something specific that the municipality would like us to do to help screen, whether it be for noise or visibility, we'll certainly work with them to do that.
And have you attempted to reach out to the surrounding neighbors?
I have. I've spoken with a couple of them. I know they're here this evening. And yes, I think we have a good level of communication. We understand one another. I understand that they have concerns that we'll likely be hearing about, and I'd like to work with them. I mean, we're part of the neighborhood. They're part of the neighborhood. We'd like to coexist and be friends.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this particular witness.
Will there be heaters? Will you have outdoor heaters with these tables at all?
We have not proposed any heaters.
Are there laws that prevent people from parking on the neighboring streets? both employees or diners?
Well, there's conditions of the previous approval that prohibited, I believe, employees from parking on Morven or Boudinot. But there are no laws other than the traffic ordinances, 1 hour, 2 hour parking, that would prohibit citizens from parking,
Diners.
resident, non-resident.
But you say diners generally don't park on those streets?
Diners do not.
Diners
generally-
do not park on the streets and walk into the restaurant?
That is a affirmative yes. They do not.
I would say, I would add to that this, to the extent that we can control the diners that come in, we valet their parking. Can we control everybody? Absolutely, we cannot. I would never say that. But the experience of the fine dining experience is to pull up to the driveway, have a valet take one's car, have them walk right there at the entrance into the restaurant and have the experience that way.
Do you get what I would call walk-ins off the street?
No, absolutely not.
Is dining made by reservation?
It is.
Thank you.
What do you think the percentage of valet versus people who park their own cars might be?
I believe it's at least 80% valet, if not more. We employ
What would you base that on?
just experience, what I see there operationally. We have valets in place during the, I'd say, evening, Monday through Friday, from 3 p.m. until the business closes. So that's going to take care of almost all of the customers. On mornings when we have many guests in the hotel, or we have, say, a small event, we will have valet also on a shift in the morning to handle that. And of course, on the weekends, we have valet pretty much from 8 a.m. till closing on Saturday and Sunday. So they're there to take care of the
I
customers.
mean, that's when you have it, but that would not necessarily give a count unless you counted the cars that were over
That's correct.
at the Y for one thing, or the ones on the street for another, but I
That's
don't know
correct.
that you're
We don't-
doing that.
We don't count them if that's what you're at. No, we have not done that.
What is the time of your last seating for the evening?
It varies by day. I think the latest seating is 9 p.m. Well, the restaurant closes at 9, so I think seating can be up till about that point, very close to 9. But usually we'd like to have them in prior to that because obviously we have staff, we have things we have to do to close the restaurant. So on a typical dinner there, it might take 2 hours. So it's in our best interest to have everybody in there no later than 8.
And what about the hours for the bar? Is that the same? Or does that?
The bar is, as far as I understand, the same hours. I don't think that runs any later. Perhaps for hotel guests, I mean, they can order drinks in-house when they're in there, but the diners would be long gone by them.
But could the outside be used by?
By the
Well,
hotel guests? Yes.
The people that are staying there that
Yes,
may be ordering at 10:30?
they could. Yes,
Yeah,
they could.
Okay.
This is a question to the applicant and possibly also to Mr. Bridger, and that is, how many other restaurants in Princeton have outside seating, and what's the experience been with that? Is it considered a positive for the business area?
I'm just going to make a guesstimate. There's probably between 15 and 20 restaurants in town that have outdoor dining. The town has a ordinance for dining in the public right-of-way, so if you're on a street, there's a process that you can get outdoor dining. So if you look down the street from close to this on Nassau, Gem and Crepes has outdoor dining, Red Onion has outdoor dining. There's 2 new restaurants coming in at 20 Nassau, Sacred Coffee and local Greek Small Bites will have outdoor dining. Now, it's limited to 1 row of seats, and there's an annual fee that they pay to the town, but every once in a while I'll get complaints more about ingress, egress on the public right-of-way, like PJ's Pancake House sometimes backs up and people complain about the line, but not so much noise. But, you know, you have to look at the context of the location of the properties and, you know, evaluate it that way.
But from the business community, is this considered to be a positive or a negative?
If I can answer that.
I mean, that's a question for you.
It's definitely a positive. And, you know, that realistically, from a business standpoint, if others have outdoor dining and it's a beautiful day, we would lose customers to those establishments. If we were able to offer it, we could gain some of those back. It's definitely a plus to have it.
Okay. that applies to you specifically. I'm talking about, in addition to you specifically, the general business community. Does it bring Princeton, bring people into Princeton to be able to have outdoor dining?
That I'm not qualified to answer.
I mean, you think in general that when people drive by and they see people dining al fresco, that it draws their attention and provides interest for the community. I think in, like on Nassau Street and on Witherspoon Street, that it's a positive thing. As far as brings people to restaurants, and they hopefully use the retail spaces adjoining the restaurants, so.
Thanks.
Anyone else right now?
A follow-up question. Do you advertise valet parking?
We do. We do. That's important, and that's a draw for our clientele.
Do you tell clients to park on the street?
Oh, no, no. We advertise the valet, and we want them to use the valet. That's part of the service, part of the experience.
Thank you.
Do you tell your clients not to park on the street?
I'm sorry?
Do you tell your clients not to park on the street, that they need to use the valet?
We don't tell them not to park on the street, but we do encourage them to use the valet. We just don't give them that option. We say, you come use the valet.
Right.
Mr. Shimlak? Would you please be so kind as to state your name for the record?
Sure. James Kamalak, Chmielak.
And would you please state your professional qualifications?
Sure. I'm a professional engineer in New Jersey as well as a professional planner. I've testified previously on other applications before this board. I have a degree in the field of civil and environmental engineering from Rutgers College of Engineering, as well as I've been practicing civil site planning for the last 20 years. I also have a license in professional planning and continuing education in that as well. So majority of my testimony tonight is relative to the minor site plan as submitted to you, and then I'll summarize some of the planning points relative to the variance as requested.
I would ask that my witness be accepted as a expert witness, both as a planner and as an engineer.
Acceptable
right.
to the board? Okay.
Accept your credentials.
And did you
Okay.
have a slide presentation?
Yes, we put together a series of slides. A lot of the information is already included on the site plan that was previously submitted to the board. We do have an additional copy of that we can mark in as an exhibit if you would like.
Yes, so that's A1?
Claudia?
Great, thank you.
And as previously mentioned, the Peacock Inn located at 20 Bayard. This is a slide of the existing context of the building, the historic nature of the building, the presentation, along the lines of the fine dining experience and hotel establishment that the applicant, Mr. Gale, previously testified to.
How old is that building?
I don't know the exact year, but I understand that it's been in existence for at least 100 years.
And has it been functioning as a operational inn for the last 100-plus years?
That's my understanding.
Thank you. Please proceed.
As previously mentioned, this is the key and zoning map as highlighted in blue, the subject property located on Bayard near the corner or 2 properties away from Boudinot in the R1 district. And it is located adjacent, as you can see by the hatched area, to the historic district. So there's a historic context to this property in the local neighborhood. And again, as previously discussed, on the next slide you can see 20 Bayard Lane highlighted with the structure. And just to summarize again, the surrounding properties include some residential, again, the municipal parking lot to the rear of the property, as well as the church property to the immediate south, and then Palmer House across the street, which is the other rooming facility associated with Princeton University.
How many square feet is the restaurant, if you know?
I believe it's slightly over 8,000 square feet, 8,100 square feet.
And the size of the lot?
The overall lot is 15,000 square feet.
And are you familiar with the applicant's proposed use of the subject property?
Yes, it's largely a continuing the existing use in accordance with its prior approvals with the restaurant as well as the hotel component with the addition of this alternate seating arrangement of the outdoor dining option that Mr. Gale just spoke about.
Before we get to the seating arrangement, could you describe the sheds?
Sure. In order to do that, I'd like to just scroll down a couple slides to this slide, Site Exhibit, which is a excerpt of the site plan presented to the board, just with some color added to it. And as I'm highlighting here in blue, you can see the blue is the property line, the side, the rear, and then the other side property line. The rear of the Peacock Inn building is here in brown, as I'm highlighting with the pointer. We have the deck along the perimeter, and highlighted here in this yellow color are these two wooden sheds that are approximately 95 square feet each, that are located along the rear property line, as well as immediately adjacent to an existing fence and directly abutting an existing masonry garage that's approximately 3 or 4 feet from those sheds. So they're along the rear property line, abutting these features, as we've highlighted the existing structures along that rear property line.
And the size of the proposed dining area?
The outdoor seating area totals 885 square feet, and that area is highlighted here in green for reference.
And would you describe the ground covering that you're proposing?
Sure. The ground cover associated with the outdoor seating area would be basically a synthetic grass type material that would also act as a pervious surface coverage such that any water that drains on it would drain immediately through it. And our plans include details for stone catchment system underneath that area in order to manage the water that would collect within that seating area.
Please proceed.
As previously testified to, there are the existing stalls located along the rear property line, as well as an ADA stall that exists. No changes to any of these features. There's an existing fence which outlines the outdoor seating area, and then ancillary landscaping as well in and around the property. The trash area and recycling area that was discussed previously is located in the lower left-hand corner in accordance with the prior site plan approvals and variance approvals previously received. Again, no change to these different site elements. As previously testified to, from a parking requirement standpoint, where 22 stalls were previously approved, with the net addition of this outdoor seating area, Mr. Bridger calculated another 2 stalls being required for that, bringing us to a 24 stall requirement. And additionally, the off-site parking has been expanded to 30 stalls beyond that, which provides a little bit of a buffer over that 24 stall requirement at the Y. This slide again just highlights the material indicated on the plan, the synthetic pervious grass surface with stone beneath that would be installed within that outdoor seating area. The plan also indicates zoning compliance with the ordinance. Many of these conditions are pre-existing conditions that will not be changing as a result of this particular application. Some existing nonconformities with lot area width rear yard, building coverage, maximum floor area ratio.
Are you familiar with the letter of February 12, 2019 from Mr. West and Mr. Bridget?
Yes.
And could you address, well, let's take the first thing, any ecological considerations?
Well, from a ecological standpoint, the site is almost entirely previously developed. It's elevated. We don't have any sensitive environmental features or floodplain issues relative to this particular site.
Do you intend to change the driveway or anything of that nature?
No, there are no changes proposed to the driveway area.
Changes to the parking area?
The only thing we're doing with the parking area is just sharpening up the striping at the rear where those existing stalls are and providing some new striping and ordinance compliant striping at that location.
Landscaping?
At this point, there are no landscaping improvements proposed, although, as mentioned in the zoning and engineering review letter, should this be approved, if there were need for some supplemental or additional plantings in particular areas, the applicant's certainly willing to accommodate that if there's a need for that.
Will the structure or any of the proposed improvements have an impact on the environment?
What was the first part of the question?
Would the proposed improvement have an impact on the environment, or would it improve it?
Well, that area again, it was an outdoor congregation area for visitors of the Peacock Inn previously, and again, we don't see any negative impact to using that particular area for fine dining and outdoor seating with the nature and type of use that is proposed.
Any impact on the scenic, historical or archaeological or landmark nature of the site?
No.
And you've already addressed the surface water drainage, am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I take it you don't intend to make any changes to the driveway?
That's correct. The driveway will remain.
And I believe a letter from the traffic expert has previously been submitted?
That's correct.
What about pedestrian safety?
There are no changes proposed to the pedestrian walking paths. The site is generally accessible pursuant to the prior approvals and pursuant to the slide number 2. You can see the accessibility as well to the front of the building, which has well-lit areas and neat stairs and pedestrian access ways.
Thank you. If you wish to proceed with your...
Sure. As previously mentioned or touched on, there were prior approvals for this site in 2007, variance approval from the zoning board to permit a new ADA ramp, condensers, dumpster enclosure, fire escape, and kitchen fan. 2010, case 803, a variance to construct the rear deck for ingress and egress to the dining room, parking space setbacks, and relief from on-site parking requirements associated with the off-site parking provisions. The relief requested tonight consists of several different components. Number one, a D2 variance, which is in the context of the prior approvals of this board when enhancements or modifications to the site were proposed, since it was a pre-existing non-conforming or non-conforming use. A D variance was required, as is the case here tonight, required for the addition of 10 tables of outdoor seating option of up to 40 seats, as well as provisions for 2 8-by-12-foot sheds for storage along the rear property line. Again, this is key important storage that the applicant needs to maintain and continue, storage that's better suited for this outdoor location that has existed for several years, does not appear to provide a nuisance because it backs up to a wood fence into existing off-property garages, and space better used than occupying space within the building, which is critical for guest use and service uses. So in this case, this outdoor storage is key, and the location of it really frees up the operational abilities within the building. From an FAR variance standpoint, a D4 variance was identified by Mr. Bridger. Really an administrative or de minimis increase due to the installation of the two 8x12 sheds qualifying as FAR from an administrative standpoint. Obviously, from an occupancy standpoint, we don't have guests in the sheds or any other human occupancy in there, but from an FAR standpoint, it does add 1.3% of additional contributing FAR due to those two sheds. Therefore, the relief is requested as part of this. Again, the site still remains, in our view, suitable. This will be an asset. It'll provide an area for storage, including outdoor furniture items and things like that that may be stored outside that can be enclosed and stored within the shed. So really a betterment of the aesthetics and facilitating the aesthetics of the site. We feel that the site would still continue to be suitable and appropriate, notwithstanding that deviation. And lastly, the rear yard setback as identified on the plan along that rear property line of 1.2 feet, where 5 feet is actually required for an accessory building such as this. The applicant had stated that the prior owner had installed these previously, so their locations are set. These locations really open up the space and the ingress and egress area it facilitates the ingress and egress from the parking area to this outdoor seating area here, thus the need to push it up against the rear property line, from a constraint and geometric standpoint. That's the reason that they were located there, because they work. We don't see any substantial detriment to the location there, as I previously mentioned, because of the ameliorating conditions of those existing conditions along the rear property line.
Are any changes to signage being proposed?
No, the existing signage would remain.
And other than the pinpoint LED lights under the umbrellas, is any lighting being proposed?
No, the existing lighting would remain.
Could you address the special reasons to justify the granting of the relief requested?
Sure. As previously mentioned, this particular site was approved associated with this non-conforming use at this location that has been long-standing on the order of 100 years, to my knowledge, and we feel that it continues to play an important role in the local neighborhood in Princeton, to be a destination location, and have the local heritage continue on associated with this particular structure adjacent to the historic zone. And we feel that Purpose G would be satisfied to provide sufficient space in appropriate locations for a variety of this, in this case, commercial uses in order to meet the needs of New Jersey citizens. Several components in the municipal master plan speak to the importance of the viability of the economic component to the downtown area. We feel that it has been a successful business, as Mr. Gale had testified to, with the increase and the encouragement of the municipality, as evidenced by their ordinances to encourage outdoor seating with the restaurants and attract customers and traffic into the downtown area, noting that this is along the fringe. The applicant feels as though they would be at a competitive disadvantage if they were not able to implement this sort of alternative seating arrangement for their clientele.
And could you address the negative criteria?
Sure. Mr. Gale had testified to the nature of the use, that consisting of fine dining within 10 proposed tables, up to 40 seats at the rear, without any appreciable net increase in occupancy of the facility. The actual nature of that fine dining it's a quiet use. It's limited. The last seating, as he had testified to, would be prior to the 9 o'clock hour, as the restaurant closes at 9 o'clock. So this isn't a type of outdoor bar or a type of use with a significant amount of activity that the applicant is proposing. It's a fine dining type of establishment, and from a noise standpoint and disruption standpoint for the residents in proximity along Boudinot, we don't feel that would be substantial detriment given the nature of the use and the limited time that it would be used, noting the fact that it's really contingent upon approximately 7 or 8 months out of the year potentially, and then conditioned upon whether they're in, whether it's too cold or too warm. That's further going to reduce the utilization of the outdoor areas. So when you look at it from that standpoint, the potential substantial detriments to the local neighborhood, we feel wouldn't meet that threshold.
And in your professional opinion, is there any evidence that the requested relief may be granted without detriment to the public good or the impairment of or intent of the zone plan?
We feel that the relief can be granted without a substantial detriment to the public good or the zone plan. The prior approvals have included restrictions relative to parking with the valet component and the off-site parking, as well as this particular application further increasing the dedicated and agreed to off-site parking facilities beyond that which is required by ordinance. So with carrying the spirit of those controls carrying forward, as well as some of the testimony that you heard about the applicant working to be a good neighbor as well and work to address concerns that are raised during the operation of the facility, such as the trash time, implementing some parking standards with the employees to control that. We feel that those ameliorating conditions serve to limit a substantial impact to the zone plan.
Thank you. Mr. Gale, I'm going to ask you again, are you prepared to work both with the municipality and with the neighbors in order to address their concerns?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any question at this point before we open it up to public comment?
Yeah, I have a question, I guess for Mr. Gale to start with. Is there any smoking on your premises?
That's a good question. I don't know if I can answer that. There's no smoking allowed indoors. I believe that our guests would be allowed to smoke outdoors, sure.
And if you did the outdoor seating, would you perhaps put in some rules not to smoke?
I'm sorry.
Or would you try to do
Could you repeat that question, please?
Would smoking be prohibited if you got approval for the outside seating and?
If that's required, then absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't want to dine there personally if I were surrounded by smokers, so I would think that we would want no smoking in the dining area.
And if I could, I have a question for Mr. Bridger, and it may then go over to them. The sheds contribute to the FAR increase because they're structures.
Yes, sir.
The outside dining is not a structure, so it doesn't contribute to FAR.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then fine. Then the only limit on sort of the outside dining is the parking required.
Parking, and they'd have to do an impervious, coverage, stormwater management plan for the 885 square feet of the impervious synthetic grass that they have proposed.
Yeah, I want to be clear on that. Okay.
And the sheds increase the impervious surface. I mean, I realize it's kind of a circular argument because they've been there. You say they were there for several years.
Correct, you're correct. They would
But
add approximately 200.
At this point, they would increase that.
Yep. I mean, they could easily address that with the plan that they're proposing.
I do have another question, because, one of the premises is you're going to control how many people are outside if you get close to the maximum inside. The notice of violation, when was that issued?
The notice,
A violation from the town? Or, I'll go to my second question.
Is it for me, or, I mean, it was shortly after, I think you guys took over. I got a call from residents, and I sent them a violation, and they contacted me very quickly.
Okay. So there hasn't been outside dining since then?
That's correct.
We just had
No, that's correct. We do
reunions.
not serve guests out there.
Okay. So you've had no experience of denying people a seat when there's tables open inside?
No, that's correct.
Okay, thanks.
All right. I think we're ready to go into hearing from the public. Anyone who would like to speak to this issue, please come up to the microphone, and you'll need to state your name and where you live and be sworn in by our attorney.
No.
Can you hear me now?
Hi. So my name, oops, is it too loud now? So good evening, members of the board. My name is Patty Kim, and I live at 10 Boudinot Street.
Ms. Kim, before you continue, we just need to swear you in.
Oh, sure.
If you would raise your right hand. You swear affirm any testimony you give this evening will be truthful.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I live at 10 Boudinot Street with my husband and 2 kids, ages 5 and 8. We actually live on the corner where the trash is. Like, our property borders that corner of the Peacock Inn. We've lived there since 2011, and we're just here to voice our concerns about the outdoor space. We are a residential neighborhood, and I feel like after rush hour dies down and you head into evening, things really get quiet. And from my house, I can hear people coming out the back to throw trash away, having conversations in a normal speaking voice. I can hear that. If I'm outside with the dog, when I had a dog who died last year, I would be out in the yard and I could hear things pretty clearly. So I'm a little concerned about a 40-person seating area outside, in the approximate area where I can hear people talking right now. I also think that, as a community in a neighborhood, we have to be very cognizant that voices carry, and they carry pretty clearly at night because it's so quiet here. And I lived in Manhattan for 15 years, where the hum of the city absorbs the noise from the restaurant and the bars, and you really get this like white noise effect, even though it's really loud. And here it's just, in my opinion, the opposite. I can hear a cat meowing in the street at like 2 in the morning. And, I hear that often. So it is really concerning to me, especially because I have young kids, that, we're not going to be woken up by this. Last summer, I looked out the window and I saw this patio set up with umbrellas in June of 2018. We were never notified as a neighborhood and as a neighbor that this was going to happen. And that's when I contacted Derek, and we started this conversation about, what is that? And as you can see, I can see that pretty clearly from a bedroom in our house. So it's pretty close to us, and yeah, so I am a bit concerned about it. They also, at this opening party last year in June, had a flyer, which one of our neighbors has, that showed where you can park, and Boudinot Street was one of the streets they had pointed out. So that's alarming as well, because I know that now I haven't seen any, recently, but that was a bit concerning as well when this party occurred. So I think the Peacock Inn is an asset. I like the bar, I like the food. We've been there since we've lived here quite often. But there have been some violations, which it's been, great talking to Michael and to Derek about them, because I do feel like they get addressed. But with the issue with the garbage, as recently as May 17th, I told you that they came at 7:20 a.m. On Friday, I actually emailed Derek that they came at 7:20 again this last Friday. And they used to come before 6 a.m., which is, it's gotten a little bit better, but it's still not fixed. They're not coming in the afternoon. They're still coming before 9, which is not what's supposed to happen. So they're, in good faith, I really feel like they have tried to deal with the trash company, but some things just you can't control. And I feel like if there's an outdoor seating area and you have an unruly customer who wants drinks at midnight and he's, you can't control these people. Like, they're gonna behave the way they're gonna behave, even though it's a really nice restaurant. Because I've been in nice hotels and I've seen people behaving badly. And, it's just not something you can control. So I'm not sure this is enforceable. Any kind of hours even are enforceable. I'm not sure about that. So that is also concerning. So I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Yeah, and then I think that, if there are things that, you can't control, like if the trash person won't listen to you, and this has been ongoing since June of 2018, it's now a year later and it's still happening. I'm not sure, what can I do as a neighbor at this point? They've gotten violation notices, and I feel like it's never going to get fixed. And if this outdoor eating area causes the same kind of disruption, I don't really know, what is the way to resolve this? What is the, how do we resolve this, I guess? Other than just this ongoing conversation where nothing actually gets fixed because it may be out of your control. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of this is very concerning to me, just because I still have this issue with the trash, and I don't know if it'll ever get fixed. So, so for those reasons, I'm pretty much, concerned about this outdoor eating space. I'm opposed to it. I think it's peacefully the hotel's peacefully coexisted here in a residential neighborhood as an indoor restaurant. And I think that's the reason why it's been a mostly peaceful coexistence. And I'm not sure the outdoor space is a great idea. I think it'll invite a lot of problems that we won't be able to control. And yeah, we're huge team players in this community. I support the schools. I support all the restaurants. I go to Small World every day. I really want this town to do well. And I want it to be a great place to visit and a great place to live. And I think that we just have to make sure that we're all respectful of each other so that we can peacefully live together. So that's
Kim,
basically.
would you like the board to see that photo that you took?
Sure.
Well, we'll call that 01. Did you take this photo yourself? Yes. And when approximately did you take it? June 2018. And you said that's from your bedroom window? Okay.
So I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, hi, my name is Seth Josepher. I'm Patty's husband.
All right, we'll swear you in too. Do you swear affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Seth Josepher. I like the Peacock Inn. I've been at the bar. I've been at the bar at a late night sometimes, and it's pretty lively. Definitely doesn't close at 9. So I want you guys to be careful about what you're hearing today. You heard that the trash situation was taken care of. The trash situation has not been taken care of. You were told that they were taking it out in the afternoons instead of in the morning. They're still taking it out in the morning. They did it this past Friday, even knowing that there was going to be this hearing today. So I'm just concerned about, they're telling you a lot of stuff here that kind of sounds good. We're going to close at 9. It's a nice restaurant and stuff like that. But I think the reality is that that's not what is going to happen. And I think that there's not really any recourse. We've been emailing about the trash situation, and there hasn't been any change to that. As you can see from there, the dumpster in the seating area are a direct view of our house and face into our bedrooms and our home area. When you guys were talking earlier about the health and welfare of one person versus the community, I'm the chief of neurosurgery at Princeton Hospital. If these guys are keeping me up all night with these like people going out in their bar and stuff at the night, that's not going to be safe for the community either. So I'm opposed to there being outdoor seating. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come up and state your name and address and be sworn in.
My name is Thomas Schenk, and I live with my wife Lillian Chang at 12 Budanut Street here in Princeton.
Mr. Shank, and will your wife testify as well, and we'll swear you
Yes.
both in?
Yes.
If you both raise your right hand, do you swear affirm any testimony you give this evening will be truthful? Yes. Thank you.
Yes, I do. So as I said, we live at 12 Budanut Street. That's within 200 feet of the inn. And I would like to second all the concerns that our neighbors have raised, but I'd like to focus on the noise issue. So our garage backs on the Peacock Inn, and our backyard is within sight of the Peacock Inn, and it's within hearing of the Peacock Inn. So Lillian and I enjoy sitting and barbecuing in our backyard. We do that frequently. And we're very concerned that noise from the outdoor dining will significantly degrade our environment in our backyard and the backyards of our neighbors as well. And of note, the restaurant is open every day of the week. And unlike what was stated, if you look at the website says that on Saturdays it's open until 10 p.m. Okay, so there will be occupancy there until quite late at night. So you might ask, well, will we really notice the noise from this outdoor seating? And so I can say several things. First of all, we can hear the cars on the other side of the inn on Route 206. We can hear car doors open and close from the people that are parked behind the inn, and we can hear voices from behind the inn when we're sitting in our backyard. And so now if we think about seating for 40 people who are enjoying great food because the inn has a great restaurant, and great drink because the inn has a bar, that's going to be loud. And that's really going to impact us in our house, in our yard. So in ending, I'd like to say that Budanut Street is a part of Princeton residential areas, okay? It's a residential area here in Princeton. It's part of what brings character and charm, I think, to our town. And we hope that you will consider the fact that Princeton's Budanut Street is a residential street as you think about expanding the commercial activity that is impacting on our street. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you.
So what I was going to add was that, so I actually do the commuting in our household, and I do go back to that garage every single day. I can hear the cooks out there in the back, talking on the back. It's a daily event for me. I can also smell the smoking. That's not currently happening, but in the past there has been somebody who's worked there who's clearly been smoking back there. And finally, with regards to the traffic, I think you're going to hear from my neighbors about the parking. But we do share this driveway with Patty and Seth, and they do have 2 young children. And I must say, I encounter more people turning in our driveway to essentially back up and turn back out onto Bayard Lane. I run into them more often than I run into Patty or Seth, and essentially being in my way, getting out of my driveway. Now, of course, it's easier because one of us or the other will just back right back into our little garage. But it is a recurring thing that happens. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. Is there someone else who would like to speak? Please state your name and where you live.
My name is Margaret Koval, and I live at 16 Boudinot Street.
And ma'am, do you swear affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So I just moved into Boudinot Street in August, and it's the previous neighbor has said, a lovely and quiet neighborhood. I'm a little puzzled by your statement, I'm sorry I missed your name, that there's no parking of your guests or of your valet people on Boudinot Street, which I can tell you, if you'd like to drive by my house today, you'll see how untrue that is. It's filled every night, both with guests who are going to the restaurant and with people who are working the valet. I see them running back and forth. So to me, that raises questions about some of the commitments that you've made. So I'm concerned by that, and I'm going to keep my comments very brief and just say that I object to this proposal.
Hi, good evening. I'll try to be equally brief. Bernard Drury, number 10 Morven, 12 Morven Place. Is my voice okay?
Sir, if you'd raise your right hand, you swear affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I would like to voice my objections to the expansion of outdoor seating, essentially for the same reasons that have been cited. I'm not directly on Boudinot, I'm on the next street over. My concerns have largely to do with traffic in general passing through those couple of streets and along 206, parking in the area, light, people outdoors from the Peacock Inn, and I might add as well sanitation concerns. You know, it's a residential neighborhood, and even though it's a very fine restaurant that I've eaten there, and you know, once upon a time I've stayed several times at the Peacock Inn. If you're running a commercial establishment, there's going to be some sanitation issues associated with food that gets dropped and doesn't get cleaned up immediately, and it's not uncommon in that neighborhood to pass raccoons, foxes. I mean, we don't want those kinds of issues in a residential neighborhood. If it was a commercial neighborhood, I wouldn't be out here, but it's a residential neighborhood, so it seems to me that it's a bit of a change of mission. And I guess I would comment too, perhaps I'm not familiar with the details of I'm not familiar with the details of the transaction, but the slide this evening said that it would enhance the viability of the business if this expansion were to be permitted. I guess I would think that if there's new ownership, the new ownership should have made its investment on the basis of the current conditions, not on the speculation of a change in conditions in order to enhance the viability of the purchase. So again, thank you for the time, and have a good evening.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Fidelma Woodley, and I live at 20 Boudinot Street.
And you swear affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes, I
Thank
swear.
you. That's all right.
And you can hear me? Great. Thank you very much for having us here this evening. Again, my name is Fidelma Woodley. I live at 20 Boudinot Street, which on that map was about the third house down. And I'm here tonight on behalf of my husband, Bill, and my 3 sons, and many of my neighbors who could not come. And we are here this evening to object to this zoning variance being considered for the Peacock Inn for really the many reasons I believe that have already been stated, but most specifically for the noise that we believe outdoor seating will create, and because of the increase in traffic and the additional demands for parking on our streets. I would like to reiterate the point about the Peacock Inn's past history of violations, and especially as regards to parking, and my concern that it will indeed be difficult to control the use of this outside dining as alternative seating. And also I remind you that the Peacock Inn is a hotel, so it has certain opportunities for its guests with regard to the times that they can be served alcohol. I believe it's from 5 o'clock in the morning until 2 o'clock in the morning. So I think it might be difficult to control who can take their drinks outside if the seating is there. Again, I agree with the comments made by my neighbors, and I'm really just here tonight to add my voice, that we do not think that having outdoor seating is a benefit to our neighborhood. Actually, we believe it's quite the opposite, and that we appreciate having the Peacock Inn in the neighborhood and what the new owners have been trying to do to be better neighbors. But again, we should all recognize that this is a residential community and that the zoning board put certain restrictions in place for the existence of this property to be a commercial use. And we believe that those existing restrictions should remain in order to protect the residential community. So I do not support the variance that's proposed tonight, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi there. I'm
Hello.
Betty Jane Booth, 8 Morven Place.
And ma'am, do you swear or affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes.
Thank you.
I represent my husband Kevin, myself of course, and my 2 sons. I'm also representing Melek Belshaw, the Right Reverend Melek Belshaw, who's on the corner of Boudinot and Morven, and he asks if I might be permitted to read a 3-sentence statement from him. He's 91 years old and has mobility issues and could not come this evening.
Ma'am?
Would that be permitted? No?
Ma'am, I'm sorry. Ordinarily, the board can't accept
Okay.
statements if the person is not here present.
Okay.
So you've indicated, generally you're expressing concerns he has, but
Correct.
it's best if you speak for yourself
Okay,
tonight.
and I would just say that his concerns are in concert with what has already been discussed. And he would also join me in saying that we should probably do a little clarification on the parking question. On the average night, we actually, or average day, starting with breakfast, because the Peacock Inn does offer breakfast, we have parking, and I'm looking to my fellow residents to confirm this with me, that extends at least halfway down Boudinot Street and very often extends halfway onto Morven, which, by the way, has both sides of the street parking. So if you're trying to, there's a real safety issue, especially at night, if you're trying to back out and there's parking on both sides. Now, it is true what Mr. Gale says, there has been an improvement in how the valet parking works. We had serious violations with the previous owner. We discussed that very seriously with Mr. Gale when his company took over, and they have really tried to make an effort to prevent valet parking. But on the other hand, they do hand out a flyer, which we have a copy of, that indicates where you can park if you're self-parking, and they specifically direct people to Morven and to Boudinot on that flyer. And there is consistent traffic there, parking and traffic there for people who are going to dine at the inn on all hours of the day, because as I said, it starts with breakfast. If there's an event there, the parking can go, or a special dinner, the parking can go almost to Library Place. So from 206 to Library Place on Boudinot, and on Morven, 2/3 to 3/4 of the way to Hodge, and again, that's both sides of the street parking often. So the notion of adding another 40 diners, even though, I'm a little confused because I'm not sure, as a former business person myself and a huge supporter of the Central Business District, why anyone would add seating unless they hope to improve their profitability and increase their seating. So assuming that there would be some additional diners, obviously that worsens the situation for us, even with the offering of valet parking, because there are a lot of people who self-park, and if you've ever seen, in a busy time at the inn, there is a wait period there as the valet parkers are taking care of cars. So very often we have seen people circle, reject the valet parking option, come around and park on our streets. We're very much supporters of the Peacock Inn, and we in our neighborhood, our specific blocks, should be the inn's most devoted customers, because it is a convenience for us and for our visitors. And we're willing to be those people if we have the confidence that there's a harmonious relationship there, and that when we do have concerns like the parking, like the trash collection, that we would be heard and that there would be action. And as people have said before me, we have tremendous worries about compliance by people who are transient customers of the inn, and how much can be done with things like clanking silverware, voices, noise, people having a good time drinking out there. If I have a valued customer as an inn owner and they want to go out there and drink at 2 o'clock in the morning, they conceivably could do that. How am I going to stop that? Or if they're having a good time at 9 p.m. and they want another bottle of wine, the inn can serve them another bottle of wine, and they could be out making noise under people's bedroom windows late into the evening. I also have questions about, is lighting under these umbrellas going to be sufficient if you have people coming up and down across the back of the deck and down the stairs down to the patio? It seems there would need to be some additional lighting unless there's already lighting on the building outside. And I also think that, as some of us were mentioning, this is a different kind of clientele than you get eating outside at Jam and Crepes. I'm not really sure that, people are going to go to Jam and Crepes because they can eat outside versus coming to the Peacock Inn, which is a different dining experience. I'm also curious as to why no one from the church is here if they're serving brunch out there. And I don't know if anybody's ever been on our streets when Morven is having an event, but clanking silverware, dishes, people talking and laughing. They have church service on Sunday mornings when presumably there would be brunch offered. And then to Mr. Drury's point about the sanitation of outside dining, I don't believe anybody has mentioned that we have a significant, don't laugh at this, squirrel and feral cat problem on our streets. I think if you speak to animal control, they will confirm that. I think there's always somebody at least once a week calling animal control about the feral cats. And under the previous owners, we had photos of the cats coming out of the open dumpster and trying to get into the dumpster even when the lid was closed, and picking up food scraps around the dumpster. And this, to me, seems clearly obvious that with increased food outside, with perhaps increased number of meals being served, that this will only contribute to that existing problem. So I guess in summary, I really don't feel that this is in the public good. Certainly the tax-paying public in our neighborhood versus sort of the transient guest population of the Peacock Inn, I would hope the board would see that we would have a legitimate right to be worried about this addition as much as we are, in principle supporters of the inn. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is James Callery, and my wife and I live at an apartment in Ted Bayard Lane. We're two 85-year-olds, and
Sir, I'm going to interrupt you just to ask, could you confirm that your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Oh, sure, yeah.
All right, thank you.
I said my wife and I live at Ted Bayard Lane, apartment 4. And as 85-year-olds, we get up early in the morning and we go to bed early. And, the idea of the Christian Science Church is between us and the restaurant. And though well-intentioned, outdoor dining has a tendency of people drinking a little bit more. Maybe as an Irishman, I can attest to that. We do it happen at dinner or at a party. And as I said, we go to bed early, we get up early, and the outdoor dining is basically what we basically impose. So I just want to make our opinions recorded and felt. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chris Kane, and I am a member of the Christian Science Church that is adjacent to the Peacock Inn. I'm also on the Board of Trustees for the church, and we do have some concerns.
Mr. Kane?
Yes.
Do you swear affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
We also have some concerns about the noise level. We have 2 services a week, one on Sunday morning at 10:30 and one on Wednesday evening at 7:30. And we do have some concerns about the outdoor seating in raising the noise level from the Peacock Inn and potentially not interrupting, but causing an adverse effect on the services that we have. There's another concern, that is the parking issue. On a couple of occasions during our Wednesday evening service, the valet parking, we have been given permission to use the municipal lot directly behind our church during services. And there have been a couple of occasions recently where the Peacock Inn valet parking has parked their vehicles in that municipal lot, and one occasion where nearly every parking space in that lot was used by the valet parking. It must have been a special event going on at the inn, and people attending our church service had to find another location to park where normally there are enough spaces in that municipal lot for the members to park. So that's another, with an increase in seating, in the outdoor seating, it raises a concern by us that will increase the number of people that need to find a place to park, and if the valet parking if the valet service that the Peacock Inn has feels under pressure to find places for those additional cars to park, they will try and use the municipal parking lot again and decrease the number of spaces that are available for our members to park. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? All right.
Madam Chair, I do have a question for basically the residents, because there's 2 parts to this. Of course, there's the big ticket item of the outside, but there's also the sheds that are there that also need their own separate. So if you have a problem with the sheds, nobody's spoken to that, and it may be fine. You probably should take this, this time to inform the board, because we'll be voting on that variance too.
Okay. Do you have any concluding comments for us?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry, it looks like there was...
You had asked about the shed. So the only thing I was going to say about the shed is, in a strange sort of way, I guess it was more of an example of where we weren't notified. Our garage actually does have windows, right? And of course, it's space for our cars. But those sheds went up, and they did block our windows. And while I don't object to them, the noise is by far the more important issue for us. For us, it was just another example where we were not notified. We were not sort of included in the community in terms of the communication about those sheds going up. So.
All right. Thank you.
If I may, this is a situation where we do have a commercial facility that's been there for 100 years. In a world where nobody's accommodating anybody else, this is a situation where accommodation and reconciliation is imperative. The storage units were there prior to my clients acquiring the property. We're here tonight to address that. The issue of the outside parking, I hear about noise from clacking silverware and drunks. This is not the Ivy Inn. I've never seen anybody walking outside drunk. And I too frequent the Peacock Inn. The present owner has made a yeoman's effort to try to address the neighbors' concerns. Conversations? Yeah, conversations will take place. It's as if I were entertaining in my own backyard. Those conversations, that noise will carry. Parking, every effort has been and will continue to be made, even to the point of increasing the availability of additional parking spaces. So we've gone from 22 to 30. If there's an ongoing problem, certainly the owner wants to know about it. Mr. Bridger will clearly hear about it. It is not something that is being ignored. Squirrels and feral cats, I understand, that's a nuisance. Hopefully, the property is maintained, well-maintained. Millions of dollars, literally millions of dollars, have been put into that hotel. I would hope that this board sees its way to approving, subject to whatever reasonable conditions it believes are appropriate, approving both the grant for the sheds and 10 tables. That's really what we're talking about. And again, we're not talking about eliminating that hotel because it is a pre-existing, legal, non-conforming use. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Okay. We're in executive session now. Be good to hear from as many of us as possible on this. It's complicated. There are a lot of factors, or maybe it's simple. Maybe someone has a way to describe it that's simple.
I have several questions. One of them really concerns something that you folks can't address, but the town can, and that is, can you put permit parking on Boudinot Street, prevent the valet, prevent guests from parking there?
That's an action that council would have to take.
Understood.
I think it's enforced now. I mean, I can say that since Michael took over, I'm not in favor of permit parking. I think that it leads to a dangerous precipice about town. But they have reacted to the parking. I mean, I get calls from the residents. The residents are very good about keeping me informed, and they've been, I would say, proactive. I wish I had known about the problems before his company took over. I would have been able to, better address them, because I didn't know they've been going on for, it appears, longer than a year.
So, some other questions. About the church services Wednesday night, I'm just wondering whether there can be special instructions that the valet people not use the municipal parking lot for that night. And if you could address that.
If that's a condition of approval, we would certainly look to find a solution to that. Absolutely. Yeah, we want to be good neighbors, so yes.
Okay, and one last thing about...
Is there an agreement to use the municipal lot? Because I don't think there is that I'm aware of. I don't know if there is, or...
I believe
is
there is. But I don't want to say it firmly here, but we have talked to the folks that work in the buildings in the lot, and I can't remember their names right now, but we do have, not the lot that's directly behind the church, but the other lot, further back.
And addressing the noise issue, it's very clear noise does carry at night. And I know there's a noise ordinance in Princeton, notwithstanding the fact that noise carries at night. But, you drive along any of the interstates and you see these noise barriers to shield neighborhoods. Is it conceivable to put up some sort of noise barrier around the perimeter of the property? It may cause, shade and other problems, vision problems. But I'm just wondering if that's something that you folks have considered and might be at least a partial solution to the noise issue.
It's a good question. We have not considered it, only because we hadn't heard the arguments about the noise, but it's certainly something that we would consider. My first concern would just be, how would it look, and how would the neighbors react to a barrier being there? but certainly we would look at it.
Okay, then a question, then follow up to Mr. Bridger, and that is, has that sort of noise barrier been used elsewhere in Princeton?
I'm not a noise engineer. I find it hard to think about how that would be accomplished in this site. It's not a big site. It's got a 100-foot lot width. Half the rear, I would say almost 40% of the rear site is taken up with parking. There's a 6-foot high fence limitation, so any going up above that 6-foot height would require a variance. And so I have never heard of it in a context like this situation, so I can't really give you a lot of guidance.
I would wonder, given the tightness of that space, if there would even be room for it. I'm not sure how thick as well as tall they have to be.
I just don't know the science behind noise suppression in an open space. You know, obviously, if you have a room with a roof, you can do like recording studios do. You have sound dampening, but it's an open space to the sky. I don't know how you control that.
If it please the chair, my initial inclination is to vote no. I've heard the tenants, I've heard the residents speaking, and it seems like the biggest issue that has been a uniform complaint is that of noise. I would love for, while I appreciate what Mr. Bridger is saying, instead of shooting down the application, perhaps it makes sense for the application to be withdrawn this evening, for the applicants to see what they might be able to do to address the issue of noise, if that is addressable. Perhaps you've already looked into it and it's not addressable. But as of right now, based upon that fact, I will not support this. If there's a way for you to address that, I would be happy to hear it. Right now, I can't. So in other situations, we've allowed applicants to withdraw the application or to table it so that they can address issues of concern to the residents. Perhaps that is the best move for you guys to consider this evening. I'm not a sound engineer, I can't advise on that. But in an effort to create harmony in our community, no pun intended with the noise, but there you go, in an effort to create harmony, this isn't working. So that's my opinion at this point in time.
Thank you. My thoughts are, first about parking, and just to the board, and maybe to you folks too. The parking can be a problem, and obviously there is some acknowledgement from the residents. It may not all be generated by you folks. You know, the people in the downtown business area, they've discovered your neighborhood for parking for employees. And it may get worse because there's stuff on the table about that. But regardless, there are cars parking there, wherever they're generated from, some from you. You bought a building, you bought a business under conditions at that time. You made that purchase. Now you want to change some things. And the hard part now is, when does it get to the level that no more changes, increasing the nonconformity? There is nonconformity on the site. There's, serious FAR nonconformity. Same thing, many folks, you bought your house. You probably don't meet the setbacks because the old houses preceded the zoning. But you have been working together, so, and you bought the house knowing the business was there. So the question now is, should anything be exacerbated? And that's the struggle for me. I don't think it should be exacerbated. I also think the parking, the impervious cover, stops the outside, area. If you solve that, we're not involved in it. But right now we are, and that's what we're here for, and yeah. I heard what I heard.
As someone who doesn't live in the area, I like the idea of the outdoor seating. I like the Peacock Inn, I like the bar. I also happen to believe that you're sincere in what you say about you wanting to be a good neighbor, but I also understand the neighbor's concerns about the Peacock Inn perhaps not having been a great neighbor for the past 100 years or 10 years or 5 years or 2 years. And I wonder whether, I will vote no on this right now, because I believe that you need to prove that you're going to be a good neighbor and not just say it. And if they're having problems with parking, as they say they are, I want to believe you when you say there isn't any valet parking going on, but it does seem to be. So I think you need to prove that you're going to be a good neighbor, and then maybe I'd be more receptive to this.
I think we've already touched on this, but I think what's hard about this and what's hard to go ahead and say yes to it is that there's several different enforcement issues that would just be very hard to, it'd be very hard to enforce a number of things that are presented. And it's been shown by what people have said. And I think also the fact that while it's been there 100 years, it's also right on in a residential area. And that's, I thought about the fact that some of you neighbors might hear others having parties. And that would, in another yard. So there's nothing to say about that, except that I think if you're inviting 40 people into your yard, that is a different order of magnitude. So I do also agree with, I actually think that was well put, that it might be good to prove that one is a good neighbor, put in a little more time in that. And I just think there are a lot of things that make it a difficult thing to say yes to. There are so many overruns on what is already allowed.
Board members, for the purpose of your discussion tonight, remember, as with all other applications, there's the positive side of it, the positive criteria, and the negative. So in order to prepare the resolution for you, depending on how you end up voting, it might be helpful for board members to indicate, do you feel that this is promoting any positive purposes? Is it mainly the negative impacts of this application that concern you? Mr. Tenenbaum suggested maybe the applicant would like to table, because if they're denied tonight, they can't come back with the same application again. So ultimately, it's for the applicant to decide if they feel there is something else they can do with this application that might address neighbors' concerns. But it would also be helpful to them and to me to hear from all of you, is it the negative aspects of this that are tipping the scales for you? Do you feel that it is promoting any positive criteria? And by positive, the applicants argued to you that it promotes the purpose of zoning, that it will, accommodate different uses. They've argued that it's a non-conforming use, which it is, and that when it was created, there were no zoning standards, and that is correct too. They've argued they don't think it's an expansion. I think that if you're going to add 40 seats, then it's probably difficult to argue that that's not an expansion. To address that, they've suggested that 40 seats will not be used in the indoor dining when the outdoor dining is being used. So that, in essence, it's not an expansion. But I think however you end up handling it tonight, we need to address those issues because we don't know what the applicant will do tonight. They may come back again, they may table it, they may decide they want to challenge it. So I think we need to address those issues. I understand what Mr. Tenenbaum and Mr. Floyd have said. They feel the noise and the impacts on the neighbors are weighing and it's weighing the balance against the application. But I think for all of you, we should address that tonight. So as you continue the discussion, it would be a good idea to touch on those, and then when you're ready to vote, then someone can frame the motion.
Ms. Casey, I would ask if there could be a vote on the sheds and a vote on the other portion.
Can we do that? Can we can separate those?
Aspect of that, of this application that is giving you the most concern. But remember, they need to promote something positive too. It's not simply, it's going to create bad impacts. There has to be something positive.
I mean, there's certainly alleviating the parking situation to a degree by getting more spaces at the Y, based on the prior approval. And this could theoretically be argued to be a beneficial expansion of a use in the interest of better economic use of the property, which is, I guess, a aspect of zoning that could be promoted. But I do think that weighing in the balance the positive criteria against the negative criteria, that the cascading series of potential issues that come with the expansion, which include, without limitation, raccoon invasion, parking issues, on the adjacent streets, not with respect to the additional spaces at the Y, noise concerns. I mean, I'm not necessarily persuaded that the additional 40 seats are adding 40 seats to the restaurant, because, I mean, if it was me making reservations, I wanted to get a place there, and I was the restaurant, I was taking reservations, I wouldn't take an additional 40 people's reservation if the weather was uncertain, because if the weather turned out to be a rainy night, then I'd have 40 angry customers that would have nowhere to sit. So logically, it doesn't follow that they're kind of gilding the lily on that point. But again, I think that weighing the positive against the negative wins out, in my view.
I would just like to make the point that in the balance of positive and negative, I'd like to see if there's something you folks can do about noise mitigation, which something, as I understand, you haven't really looked at. And it may be there's no solution, but it would be good to come back with something, at least that you've tried to find the solution.
Yeah, I see some positive aspects to introducing outdoor dining, but I do have concerns about the noise mainly. I think many of the other issues can be addressed through, administrative changes, controls set in place, but the noise is the one thing that is the most troubling. And if there is a creative way that can be addressed, either, I can't solve it now, but, I would support having a chance, for them to come back if that's something they wish to do.
I still have the problem. I mean, I think the noise is a real problem, but I think the parking is a real problem too. And I think, if you add up 84 indoor seats and 24 bar seats, that's 100, which is 50 cars. And if you have more than one seating, that's more than the 30 spots down at the YMCA. And I'm all for the outdoor seating and the meals, but I'd want to know that it could be controlled. And the only way I could think of them controlling it is if they can control some of the other aspects of what they need to control, which is like parking and some of those other things. So I'd like to see that happen before, we give them carte blanche to go ahead and have outdoor seating, which creates problems.
What I'm hearing, I think, in what everybody's saying is focused on the expansion of the use as it relates to the outdoor seating as having the most fraught issues and to address Mr. Citron's request that the application be bifurcated, I think we should spend some time discussing the sheds specifically. I think Mr. Floyd asked the public what their thoughts were and feelings were about the sheds, and notwithstanding the lack of consultation and the fact that it blocks the windows of one of the neighbors, I didn't see a lot of real significant concern as it relates to that aspect of the application. And I would not be, I mean, I would be supportive of that piece of it, but not as it relates to the expansion of the use. And I don't know if anybody on the board has a feeling on that point that they would like to share before we make a determination as to how we want to proceed.
I just say I concur with that perception. I'm ready to vote on the sheds. I'm sorry, you didn't. I'm ready to vote on the sheds.
Do we want to, are we ready to vote on anything at this point, or?
Yeah, I'm ready to vote on that. I would vote for the sheds, but I have to say, I vote for it because I support the Peacock Inn, and I think it is a restrained area, and it's a nice addition to our community. I don't like the idea of the fact that it was there before, and therefore it should be approved, but I do think it needs to be approved. I think they do need the storage space, so I would vote for that. So I move to approve the addition of the 2 sheds in the back of the property.
Should we move to bifurcate the application first? Do we have to make that determination, like bifurcate it and then vote on one part of it and then ask the applicant how they want to proceed on the second half of the application?
Well, I mean, that's essentially what we're doing. You're voting right now on the sheds, so that is what you're doing, and that's what you've asked us to do, Mr. Citron, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So that's what we're doing.
I'm a little too rigid, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second? Okay.
Hyder. Ms. Colson.
Yes.
Mr. Floyd.
Yes.
Mr. Shriver.
Yes.
Mr. Tenenbaum.
Yes.
Mr. Valvanis.
Yes.
Ms. Chen.
Yes.
Mr. Stein.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Citron, how do you want to proceed with the expansion, the variance on the expansion?
I hear what the board is saying. My client nevertheless wishes to proceed.
All right, so they want to vote tonight?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
I would move to deny the expansion of the use for the outdoor seating.
Second.
Ms. Colson.
So it's the motion to deny.
Correct.
Is a yes.
Yes.
Mr. Floyd.
I'm going to vote yes to deny, but also speaking to what the attorney said as far as some reasons and some rationale, and I'll go to the applicant's assertions for one, that they're saying they don't have sufficient space and they need the additional space. I believe they have sufficient space to operate it as it's being operated now and as they bought it. There is an assertion that there is not an intensification of the use. I think we as a board and also our zoning officer don't believe you can control it and during the times when you want to do it, and it will be an intensification. I think that causes a detriment to the public based on the things discussed, whether it be the intensification creating parking problems, creating noise problems, creating more garbage. So all those negatively impact the public good. So hopefully that gives you enough to write.
Mr. Shriver?
I think I vote yes for the proposal to deny.
Mr. Tenenbaum?
Yes to deny.
Mr. Valvanix?
Yes.
Ms. Chen?
Yes.
Mr. Stein?
Yes to deny.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Claudia, did you get Ms. Colson? Did you get Ms. Colson her vote? Yeah? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break.
Test, test. Test. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
All right, we're going to get started again. And our next application is concerning 49 Wigan Street. And that's Z 1919-727.
I'll note the noticing is in order, and the board has jurisdiction to hear the application tonight.
Mr. Bridger, would you speak to this, please?
Please. Alexander Mogilever is the trustee of MOG 401K Trust. They are the owner and the applicant, and they are seeking C1 and C2 variance relief to permit the conversion of an existing single-family dwelling to a two-family dwelling, an exception to the required minimum lot area, lot width, impervious coverage, and parking setbacks. Property is located in the R4 zone in the former Princeton Borough and is subject to the use and bulk regulations in accordance with 17A 254 and 258. The existing single-family use is a legal non-conforming, is a legal use. The subject lot is non-complying with respect to the following bulk requirements. The lot area requirement is 6,000 square feet. The existing lot area is 4,459. Lot width requirement is 60. The existing lot width is 29.75 feet. Lot depth requirement's 100. Existing is 92.28. And the subject property itself is not complying with respect to the following bulk requirements. The smaller side yard setback required is 8, and it's basically 0. There's a 0 lot line, and then the combined side yard setback requirement's 20, and it's 9.1. The height to setback is 3 to 1. It's non-complying due to the 0 lot line. And the FAR is non-complying. The requirement's 40. Existing is 40.8. And the impervious coverage is also non-complying. The requirement's 49.5, and the existing 63%. Zoning history: the property was granted variances to convert the property from an existing single-family dwelling to a two-family dwelling in 1985. The findings of fact reference that the property received a variance in 1968 to convert the existing single-family to a two-family home. It apparently was converted back to a single-family home in intervening years between 1968 and 1985. A review of the files indicates that the property was never successfully converted to a two-family dwelling after the 1985 approval, and the owners at that time converted it back to a single family, and in 1994, and they later sold it. The current application is to propose the existing, to convert the existing single family back to a two-family dwelling with 1 unit on the first floor and a unit on the second floor. No external changes or expansions are proposed to the building other than redesigning the front entrance to provide separate entrances to the upper and lower apartments. The lower apartment features a living room, bedroom, a full bath, and a kitchen. The upper unit contains a bedroom, living room, kitchen, full bath. And there's a bedroom and a half a bath on the third floor. The applicants are planning to expand the existing parking area. The current parking appears to be on the side of the house. You can see remnants of treated Walmanized timbers in the back, and there appears to be some gravel, but most of the yard seems to have reverted back to a grassy area. They plan to basically try to get 3 spaces in there, 9 by 18. I would ask the applicant, since it is a tight site, they're basically right up to the property line between the adjoining house, how the maneuverability, how you'll get in and out of those 3 spaces, how that will work. And the conversion of the single family to the two family, the required parking for a two family is 3 spaces. So those 3 spaces would comply. They are requesting the following variances. The lot area requirement for a two family is 6,600 square feet. The existing lot area is 4,459. There's a lot width requirement. The existing lot width is 60. The existing and proposed is 29.75. And the impervious coverage, as I said earlier, the requirement's 49.5%, the existing 63%. They're seeking a variance to go to 67%. We would ask that if the application is approved, that there is some kind of stormwater management plan. The property drains to the back. There are adjoining residences at the back of the property. We're concerned about if this lot is redeveloped and it becomes less grassy and it's kind of going back to nature now, that there'll be a runoff problem with the neighbors, and we want to try to head that off if there is any issue with that. They've applied for both the C1 and the C2. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to address them. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Ryan Kennedy. I'm an attorney at the law firm of Stevens and Lee, here for the applicant, who, as Derek very correctly put, is the trustee for the MOG 401k trust, the owner of the property. That's Alex, who's behind me here. We'll have two witnesses tonight. One you've heard from very recently, and hopefully his credentials still hold up from when he was sworn in earlier, and then our architect as well. As Derek said, and admittedly I found this quite confusing myself when I was first introduced to the project. 409 Wiggins Street is the left half of a fee simple duplex. The right half, which you can see slightly on that picture, 47 Wiggins Street, is not owned by my client. It's owned by the next door neighbors, who are here tonight as well. Their half happens to also be a up and down 2-unit building, which is what the applicant is here to request for the left half, the 49 Wiggins Street part. As Derek mentioned, at a couple times in history, it had been approved for that. I think most recently in 1985. It seems like that either was restored back to a one-family or just never actually converted physically to a two-family. The physical changes needed to do so are internal. It would be an entry vestibule to split the up and down into two, instead of a 4-bedroom, 2-floor unit, into two smaller units that would be used by two separate tenants. To do that, a 2-unit building essentially requires 3 parking spaces. And as Derek noted, the proposal, rather than asking for variance for relief from the number of parking spaces, is, as most of the houses on this street have done, to put them in the back. And our engineer can talk about whether there's some more room to add some turnaround space. I think what we've shown there is 18-foot stalls and an 18-foot aisle. That's a few feet less than you might normally see, in a standard configuration. And perhaps if there's room to expand that, or at least talk through how that would work. With that, I'm going to ask if we can mark, in air quotes there, we have a numbered slide deck as our only exhibit, and I ask Ms. Casey if we can mark that as our exhibit tonight. I'm going to introduce, again for you, it's been a long time since you heard from him, but on my left, your right, our engineer, Jim Kamalik. I think you heard his credentials earlier. I don't know if we want to swear them both in, or he's still sworn at once.
If you would both raise your right hand, do you swear from your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Certainly.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And if it's just in the interest of time, I know Mr. Malik was accepted as a planner and an expert engineer earlier this evening, if that still carries a little, speed us up a bit. So, please, the board, thank you. Jim, if you could start taking us through the location here, starting with the second slide that I think shows the zoning map.
Sure. So as highlighted on the zoning map on this particular slide, you can see that the property fronts on Wiggins Street, which is to the left of, or to the west of Moore Street. It's the third property in on this side of the street, and you can see the bifurcation where one half of the unit is on this smaller lot, and then the subject property is on the right side. The tax map, you have a little clearer vision here of the subject property, lot 91, where the existing structure is located, and you can also get some context of similar lots of that particular shape in and around this block, as well as a substantial number of multifamily buildings that exist in this local area, including a 4-unit building immediately adjacent on the left-hand side of Lot 91, which is Lot 60, I believe, as well as Lot 59, as Mr. Kennedy previously testified to, with a first floor and a second floor unit. This is an aerial view of the subject property, zoomed out a little bit in the context of the neighborhood. Again, no substantial exterior improvements to the building. The changes would be interior. The architect can speak to that. Just some minor adjustments, really, to the site in terms of the driveway access and the parking area at the rear. So this slide is an overhead view of the property, which serves to identify this left-hand side of the unit. And you can see the existing driveway on the left-hand side, where currently vehicles are parking next to the building in this location, as I'm highlighting, as well as slightly in the front yard if there are two vehicles. So that's the parking condition currently. The proposal is to remove the parking in this location, which includes parking in the front yard, is similar to this parking arrangement a couple doors down, and relocate that to the rear, which would be generally consistent with 61 Wiggins, 57 Wiggins, also what I would assume to be 45 Wiggins, 2 properties down, and also consistent with evidence of the previous development of the backyard, where the driveway continued to the rear and there's existing gravel and area for 3 stalls, as well as prior approval for 47 Wiggins, where there was access previously to the backyard for 3 stalls that has since overgrown, and currently they park in the front. But the point is, the goal of the application is to bifurcate the property into 2 units, and then from a site perspective, basically restore what was constructed historically on the lot. This is the existing conditions survey of what's out there today. It shows number 49, the subject of the application, in this peach color, as well as the access driveway, partially asphalt, the rest of it gravel, and some overgrown gravel into the backyard, with this railroad tie border demarcating the previously used parking area, which currently isn't used, but that which we are looking to rehabilitate and relocate the parking from the side and the front back to the rear. The proposed site plan here highlights, again, the subject unit, the building, as well as the proposed driveway along the property line, again, which is adjacent to this existing gravel driveway and parking area on the adjacent lot, pretty much holding the same configuration, with the exception of we're trying to make some improvements highlighted in this yellow color, which would be a slight expansion of that parking area to try to extend the turnout area in order for vehicles to pull forward into the stalls and then back up in this direction as I'm highlighting and pull forward out the driveway. So in order to do that, we've allocated a maximum overall length of 18 feet within that parking stall. Most vehicles are about 16 feet long, for the most part. So you do have a couple feet there, plus 18 feet to back out. It gives you about 20. Again, it's on the pretty efficient side. We're trying to limit the impervious coverage due to the size of the lot. That's what was driving that concern. If it's a concern of the board and we want to see if within that impervious coverage and staying below the thresholds, we can get another 1 or 2 feet out of this for the backup area, we can take a look at that, and I think that might be possible. So this gives you the general configuration of the parking at the rear that would be reestablished as part of the proposal, also with some trees that are highlighted here on this plan.
With that, I think we'll hand over to our architect, and if you could just introduce yourself and your credentials very quickly.
Certainly. My name is Lorraine Murray McKinney. I have a Bachelor of Architecture degree from Penn State University. I've been in practice for over 30 years. I've been licensed for 29, both in the state of New Jersey and New York. I also have NCARB certification. I've presented before this board before.
Thank you. With the board's approval, we'd like to have her brought in as an expert architect. Thank you. Lorraine, if you could just take us through the next two slides of the existing condition, and then specifically if there's going to be well, any external changes, but if you could just talk through the existing conditions, and on the next slide, the proposal.
Certainly. So as previously mentioned, this is a 2.5-story, 1,818 square foot single-family home, which we hope to convert to 2 units consistent with the adjacent neighbor and also neighboring properties. As you'll see in the slide that will follow, we're looking to change this dining room to a bedroom, and in this case, these are the existing plans, both the first floor, the second floor, and then the third floor kind of attic space. So in the next plans, you'll see that this changes, and then also these 2 spaces change. So moving to the next plan. I also say that the current unit is a 4-bedroom, 2.5-bath residence. So the changes to the interior would be changing what was a dining room to a bedroom. And then that would create a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom unit. So the delineation, as discussed, is this line is the dividing line between the 1 unit on the first floor and then the 2nd unit on the 2nd floor, and then the attic space. On the 2nd unit, by changing those 2 bedrooms that were here, we'd be placing a kitchen and a living room. So then that would become a 2-bedroom, 1.5-bath unit. In essence, we are making a reduction of 1 bedroom from the 4-bedroom, 2.5-bath to a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath in total. On the interior, just some interior fire code issues that we need to address. You'll see this creation of a fire separation at the entry hall, which would have a fire rating. We'd also need to install or confirm that there's a fire separation between the units, between the floor ceiling separation. And also in further investigation, we'll be confirming that the bedrooms, the newly created bedrooms, such as the first floor, meet the sleeping egress requirements. There'll be upgrades to smoke alarm and also carbon monoxide detection, but pretty much the interior renovations are simple. On the outside, no building changes are contemplated, including lighting, and so it's really just a simple division between a horizontal division between the 2 units.
Thank you, and I think you answered the question I had written down to ask you, is this that there's no proposed lighting changes from the existing front porch and rear light that are required for this?
No.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
I'm going to hand things back to our engineer and planner so we can talk a little bit about the variances, and maybe just before we do that, Jim, if you can go back maybe 3 slides, something that shows the site plan. One thing we almost forgot, just in talking to the direct neighbors and the existing conditions as between the 2 sides of the existing 49-47 duplex, we thought that in consulting with them that right now there's a wire fence, a chain link fence between them, and as part of the application and discussing with them that along the rear of the property there is a wood privacy fence, and we felt it was appropriate to extend that or to duplicate a fence like that between the 2 lots to make sure that their unit, essentially, the backyard of 47 is completely and adequately screened from any changes to the back of 49 Wiggins. So that's something that came together in talking with them, but the applicant is pleased to do that. It seems to me it makes a better product, and one of us had to remember to mention that. All right. So with that, Jim, if you could.
So creating privacy, but essentially.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, and that would extend from the rear property line, as I'm highlighting here, along that property line to the corner of the building where that existing wire fence is, to upgrade that to a solid wood fence.
And with that, Jim, if you could take us through again, I know Derek went through them, but the variances that are needed for this, from the existing lot
Sure.
size, for example, that problem we have.
The 4 variances that were identified in the zoning report, lot area, where 6,600 are required and 4,459 are proposed. Lot width, that existing condition of 60 feet, where we have 29.75. The impervious coverage, where there's a slight increase amounting to approximately 185 square feet, well below that 400-foot threshold in the ordinance, but that equates to the existing condition of 63% with the proposed condition of 67%, noting that the ordinance requirement overall for that is 49.5, and a parking setback from the property line proposed at half of a foot, where 3 feet is required in order to provide for those 3 stalls at the rear, which are driven by the conditions of 2 of the trees along the opposite side of the parking lot that we're looking to preserve and maintain. Therefore, that parking area is shifted closer to that proposed fence that we will include that I previously mentioned. In terms of these overall variances here, in terms of the positive criteria that I feel, in my opinion, can be applied to these, we have several components. One, I'll just mention purpose I, to promote a desirable visual environment through creative design development techniques and good civic design arrangements. Again, relocating the parking that's partially on the side of the building, but also within the front yard, currently existing to the rear of the property, having that screened behind the building consistent with the adjacent properties. We see that as a positive benefit of approving this project. Those improvements will be reestablished on the property where they were in the past to be used for parking. And then in terms of taking the 4-bedroom unit, currently single-family unit, and breaking that into one bedroom apartment and 1 2-bedroom apartment, at least from a density standpoint, we have a bedroom reduction at that location. If there's a concern for intensity of the number of units, there's still a bedroom reduction there. But also, I think more importantly, it's providing a diversity of residential unit types, another single bedroom unit and a 2-bedroom unit in the context of some of the things that the master plan is looking for and seeking in terms of providing some multiple opportunities of housing opportunities and a range of opportunities that ensure a diverse population and economic levels, and also within the goals specifying some different types of housing stock and residential unit types. So this would increase the diversity, and as opposed to having one big unit with 4 bedrooms, where potentially there may be some options for sort of a rooming house rental situation. Here we have a discrete someone who's just looking for a 1-bedroom, that would be available to them, and a 2-bedroom unit subsequently available as part of the second unit. So this particular proposal is consistent with the immediate neighbor, as well as the multifamily configuration of several of the properties that are along Wiggins. And we feel that in overall the use would be supported of purpose E in terms of the residential density to promote an establishment of appropriate population densities and concentrations that would contribute to the well-being of persons, neighborhoods, and communities and regions. The preservation of the environment. Again, we have 2 more multiple unit in the downtown area opportunities if this is approved. So from the detriment standpoint, again, the limits of the improvements would be in accordance with what was previously there. That would be reestablished. Parking would be located at the rear. We feel from there wouldn't be a significant change to the use, the residential use on the property. That fence would be located there, and if we need to provide some stormwater management elements associated with that, you know, the applicant is willing to work with the land use engineer in order to address that as a condition of approval.
Jim, one just quick question for you. This was actually a finding in the approval in 1985, but the other lots surrounding it are completely developed and in most cases undersized. Is it possible to borrow any land from any of them without making them non-conforming?
Overall, in general, those buildings take up a majority of the frontage, so in terms of subdividing or taking land from adjacent lots, that doesn't seem to be an option with this property.
All right, thank you. If the board has any questions for either of our witnesses, happy to entertain them.
I know it exists somewhere, but I can't find it. What is the width of this and the depth of the property?
The width is
of the house, not of the property.
I actually don't have that information.
Okay,
on me.
The next
whatever.
question is going to be, how big are?
It's approximately 20 feet because the width is 29 feet and the driveway is 10. So ballpark, it's about 20 feet wide.
And just out of curiosity, then, how big on the first floor will the new bedroom and living room be? Do you have any, I mean, it looks like about 8 by 8.
Well, on the first floor, the living room remains as it is, so that living room is not changing, but it's probably maybe 13 by 13, I'd say.
Okay, in the bedroom?
I mean, that would be the dining room to the bedroom conversion.
Okay. So it's going to be pretty tight.
You need to circulate through the bedroom in order to get to the kitchen, but
Right.
13 by 13 is pretty generous, as
Is it?
some bedrooms, they go down to 7 feet in some cases. So, I mean, it's a compact unit, it's a single floor, but
I guess, I don't know enough about this sort of thing, but would this be considered low-income housing?
no.
Well, I guess it's affordable in the small A perspective. It's not a COA unit. It wouldn't necessarily count towards the town's obligations.
Okay.
It does add to the diversity of housing stock, and it's an opportunity for someone to rent a unit that is less expensive than others, but from a settlement with what's happening with the courts right now, it's not that type of
Okay,
unit. Yeah.
Thank you.
So
Just,
the owner proposes to use these, to rent these out, or what?
Yes, they would be rented.
I don't know how that, whether we need to be concerned about future use in terms of rental versus, I don't know. I'm trying to think about.
I mean, there's no restriction against the rental of an apartment, you know.
Right.
You can't rent rooms. It would be difficult at this site. There's not sufficient parking because you need a parking space per room, and you could rent one room in the attic, but there's not enough parking on site for it. So, but there's no restrictions against renting properties like this.
So, well, and I just wanted to be clear if that's what it was, yeah.
It's a quick question. I know these are rough concept. How do your concept for heating those? You have split systems. Will they be down in the basement? Or
Heating?
where would, there's nothing on the drawings, so.
I don't think.
And if you haven't gotten that far.
Yeah, I haven't gotten that far, but I don't think it would change much from what exists. I mean, I can't see other than
There's one
putting
heating
in.
system there?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. Thanks.
You don't have to, no.
If it's as a rental, I don't know what the plans are in terms of
Meter.
amenities that are coming, but it doesn't necessarily have to have separate units for the rental. The heat could be provided by the owner to both units
Yeah, it could be
simultaneously
paid
without
by the
zoning
owner
it. I don't know.
That's that.
Quick question, is there a basement?
Yes, there is.
How is that divided?
I think that would remain part of the first unit, I would assume, but
Is it finished?
because that's accessed from that unit. Or not used at all because the owner retains it.
The owner indicates that the basement is unfinished and would remain part of the first unit for storage.
Derek did mention the concern about stormwater.
He did mention that. He did mention that.
And then you mentioned possibly reducing the impervious coverage.
Well, so I guess the drawback on the dueling, one of the requests was to create more coverage, frankly, so that there may be more turning room. Our effort had been to keep the new coverage lower, below the 400-foot threshold. Certainly would work with the land use engineer and Derek in a compliance perspective and finding the happy medium there. Our expectation was not to do the plan because we kept with the under 400 feet, but we'd be happy to. I'm not happy to comply, but that's correct. It seems, especially when combined with the request to expand the impervious coverage from, from a parking management standpoint, I don't think we're getting away from that variance. Yeah.
You know, one of the things that's concerning to me about this plan, and I'm concerned about both sides of it, the increase in impervious coverage, but also the ability to navigate a car back there. In addition to that, it doesn't seem to me that there'd be any way other than backing all the way down that long driveway and onto Wiggins, which doesn't seem like a really good thing to do. And I would think that, for one thing, it's a very long distance to back, and I think it might discourage a person from wanting to actually use those parking spaces. I would think it might be likely, even though there'd have to be some negotiation, or maybe not so friendly negotiation, between the people on the upstairs and the downstairs in terms of, well, maybe, who's going out first. But I feel like it's so far back there, it might be tempting just to leave the cars at the beginning of the driveway. And then it's still hard to get out on Wiggins, which I guess is still true now.
That won't change, unfortunately. But Jim can speak to that. I mean, the plan is, and our initial feeling was that there was enough room. You see the extreme right side of the screen, there's the 18-foot stalls, and that with the 18 feet behind it, enough room to back out and to drive headfirst down the driveway. The comment from Derek was that maybe you need a little bit more than 18 feet. A standard is in the low 20s, I believe, for a drive aisle to be able to fully do that in a standard perspective. Jim?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm comfortable with this general layout of the 18 feet for the stall and approximately 20 feet for the back out area, with the intention that vehicles would be pulling headfirst out. And that was the basis for why we expanded this beyond the gravel limits previously, when this was a 2-unit property before it was converted to a 1-unit. They improved this, but the limits at that time were just the limits of the gray area that you see here. So we took a look at it and we said, okay, we want to minimize impervious coverage. We don't want to go crazy in the backyard. What do we need in order to make this work? And that's where we wound up, in order to back out and then pull head first down the driveway, which is what we want. We don't want vehicles to be trapped that are parked in the rear by people parking in the driveway. That's why we worked to try to fit with maintaining, these couple of trees here to get 3 stalls in the back and have compliant parking.
Can't you reduce, if you're trying to not increase impervious, reduce the asphalt? And, I mean, the gravel's not truly impervious, right?
We do consider basically everything except grass and dirt impervious, pretty much. So
okay.
gravel is, decks are, even the landscaped parking stuff that allows grass to go up
Oh, the
through
grass
it.
pavers are?
We
Okay.
consider those impervious too, so. I mean,
But
if you
we
want to
was-
give him, I think the board should be clear if they're inclined to approve it, that if they want to give him 2 more feet at the, so to give you a little more wiggle room to get in and out of that spot, then the board should consider doing 2 feet times 20 or whatever, give him 40 more feet, because it could make a difference. This is a common condition along that street. All these houses have parking in the back. A lot of people do as the current resident here does, parks on the side, basically kind of in the front yard. But this will help the parking. I mean, if you give them another 40 feet, whatever that works out to the ratio of impervious, it doesn't make a big difference to the impervious. They're going to have to do a plan. I mean, they're already over the limit, which is 49.5%, but I think it might help getting in and out of that property.
Can this property be, just losing the thought, sold as a single unit or 2 single units? It could be sold that way. It doesn't have
Yes,
to
sir.
stay rental.
So could it be condominiumized, I
Yes,
suppose?
that's the word I
You know,
was
that, it's a common condition up down the street. If you look back at the tax
Yeah.
maps, the
No,
ones
I
that have those
did.
little
I
blocks
just
in them
did,
have
yeah.
had that done. It's not the intention right now, but it could conceivably happen in the future.
How would the parking spaces be divided up in that case?
That there's really no municipal oversight of condominiums. It's a legal 2-family unit. They have 3 legal spaces if you approve it. I mean, I would assume that it would be in the condominium docs that the 1-bedroom gets 1 space and that the 2-bedroom gets 2 spaces, and that's divvied up in the common elements of the condominium regime.
So that would be considered a condominium, not 2 separate?
Well, it's, from a zoning point, it's still a 2-family. It's just each unit's privately owned. So it doesn't change the zoning of the property, but it changed the ownership of each unit.
Do you know what the increase in impervious coverage would be then? If they're going to be given an extra 2
I don't know if you have a scale, Jim. I would look at that existing, where your current line is, the relocated timber wall, and kind of run over to that area and figure out roughly
Right,
what you'll
so,
need.
I mean, I'd like to say,
I'm thinking 40 feet, you know, but.
yeah, I think 40 feet, if we can be allocated an additional 40 feet, that would enable us to bump that out 2 more feet.
It's not our job to do any design work here, but I was wondering if you had considered flipping, if that would help, if that would make a difference, if you had considered the idea of having the parking where the green space is, and I realize that might not be as desirable just from a point of view of living in the house, but I wondered if you'd considered that. And
We looked at rotating the parking 90 degrees from what it is now, so you would come in, bless you, and pull in towards the common property line with the adjacent unit, but the problem is you're limited on the back out area. So this configuration gave you the most ability to have the biggest back out area that Derek was speaking to in this orientation. Also with the least amount of turning to get out, to drive headfirst out.
So that would kind of be the same if you were to use where the grass is going to be.
Where the grass is going to be.
You would only probably have to head towards the fence, towards the common fence, right?
Yeah.
Had you considered that? I don't know if it would work, but.
You would there's a grade change, but in pulling into those stalls where the grassy area is between the building and the railroad tie, you'd have to do a 180-degree turn and actually face Wiggins and that's problematic in such a short width of the lot. So really pulling in towards the rear property line and having enough back out egress to pull forward is the most efficient movement with the geometric constraints of the lot. So we looked at both of those options.
That's what I wondered.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions, or shall we, public comment? Is anyone from the public who would like to speak to this issue? And if so, come up to the microphone, tell us your name, where you live, and be sworn in.
I'm Claire Diallo from Boric and Diallo. I'm here representing owners of 47 Wiggins.
Ma'am, would you raise your right hand? You swear affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
I do.
Thank you.
I just want to speak very briefly because, as Mr. Kennedy discussed, we have already discussed some of the issues. And I just wanted to make it very clear, the Baileys never had an issue with converting this to a dual family home. That's the same as what they have on the other side. Their main concern was with the parking area because it has overgrown, as Mr. Bridger mentioned. And the parking setback was an issue. So the agreement to put in sort of as high a privacy fence as possible is what is making their withdrawing any objection contingent on that privacy fence. And not just for privacy, also they were concerned about the lights really from the cars. So the fact that the cars are pulling in towards the back is a relief to them, and then leaving because their master bedroom of their unit faces the back, and so they had some concern with lights, people coming in at various hours. And so with that understanding, as well as the stormwater issue, drainage issue, which they were concerned about, they're waiving any objection contingent on those things being done. And I do have a picture, if anybody wants another exhibit for this evening, of the sort of the fence that they were anticipating that they're making this contingent on. We can make it in Exhibit B1 if we want.
Okay.
I think with that record, I'll leave you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Kennedy, do you want to have any concluding remarks?
Thank you. I'll just add, we did that calculation, and with that extra 40 feet, it's another 1% of coverage. So instead of the where it's 63 existing and we are and 67 as drawn, with that other 40 feet would be 68%. With that, I just want to thank the board. Hopefully this alleviates some of the issues with the application and restores this to how many of the homes are in the neighborhood, resulting in some of the benefits that Jim spoke of. So thank you.
Executive session? Comments? I am not sure exactly what we would propose in terms of stormwater management, so would be looking for
Well, I would say,
guidance on that.
if you're inclined to give them the little extra wiggle room to get in and out of those parking spaces a little more efficiently, and perhaps be able to turn around in the backyard, you would increase it to 68% from the 67%. Mr. Kennedy's offered to have his client install a 6-foot wooden board-on-board fence down the property line in the rear yard for the neighbor's benefit, as well as his. So those would be the issues and the other variances that you would mention, and then you obviously want to say whether it's a C1 or a C2. I think, you could argue either one, but I think that wraps everything up.
No, but I would also I just wouldn't know exactly what to recommend in terms of stormwater.
Well, that would be up to the engineer. He'll work with Jim Kamalik, so they have different ways to do this. I think it's a tight site, so Jim will probably meet with Jack. And your condition would just be to allow the 68% impervious and conditioned upon a stormwater management plan that would be reviewed by the land use engineer.
For the as to the, I would say, the increase of,
Well, I don't know. I mean, Jack's seen the site, so he said it looks like grass now, but, I mean, you can work that out.
okay.
So, comments?
So we have three conditions then. We have the 6-foot fence is going to 68%, and then the stormwater management. Is there?
You making a motion?
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion. I'd make a motion to approve with those three conditions being met.
We have a second?
Second.
Any other comments before we vote? Oh,
Do we need to say if it's a C1 or a C2?
I think the testimony was kind of split, C2 for the,
So the width, for example, it may be closer to
the lot
C1 with
area,
a,
the lot
yeah.
width was going to be a
No.
C1 because you can't do anything about that, and C2 for the impervious coverage and the parking setback. So I think the planner's testimony was split along those lines, and that makes sense, if that's acceptable to you. Yeah? Okay.
so,
Who's
we
second?
ready to vote? He seconded, but is he allowed to say?
No.
No.
I'll second.
Ms. Coulson?
Yes.
Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
Mr. Shriver?
Yes.
Mr. Tenenbaum?
Yes.
Mr. Valvanis?
Yes.
Ms. Chen?
Yes.
Ms. Pearl-Lambros?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Apologies, we're looking at something with the parking stalls, just make sure we haven't identified another waiver or variance.
So there is a parking stall width variance. The typical parking stall width is 9 feet per ordinance, 9 by 18. And they have 3 18-foot wide, 18-foot long parking stalls. 8 instead of 9. So that's a variance that I didn't catch,
And really, the driver of that was maintaining the trees along that common property line to the extent that we could, as well as have a little more turnout at the bottom of the parking area, where previously on other applications, 8 feet has been approved, especially within the borough. It's included as a compact stall vehicle width as well. We're keeping the same length, but on tighter sites, on other projects, we have had approval for 8 feet. But in order to get those 3 stalls to fit and then have a little bit of that 1.7-foot buffer to the property line, that's what we left with. So we just wanted to highlight that so that the board was aware of it.
Do we need to?
And then I guess there'll need to be a motion to amend your last vote to add the variance for 8 by 18-foot parking stalls.
That really works? Is that,
Yes.
it's been done before?
Yes.
excuse me, the compact parking space is 7.5 by 15, so.
No Cadillacs.
So
no
moved.
Escalades.
Second.
Ms. Coulson?
Yes.
Mr. Floyd? Mrs. Shriver?
Yes.
Mr. Tenenbaum?
Yes.
Mr. Valvanis?
Yes.
Ms. Chen?
Yes.
Ms. Pearl-Lambros?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank you.
again.
Thank you very much.
Our last application of the night is 6 James Court. And that is Z1919735. Time to go. Ready to go?
Okay. Jonathan Levy.
Well, I'll note, I'm sorry, noticing is in order and board has jurisdiction, so there you can continue.
Sorry, jumping the gun here. Jonathan Levy and Jill Nussman are the owner of 6 James Court. They are seeking a floor area ratio variance pursuant to NJSA 40:55D-70 to permit the construction of a covered porch in exception to ordinance requirements. They are proposing to construct a 17 by 22 covered porch. They are located in a cluster known as the Glen and subject to the use and bulk regulations in accordance with sections 10B, 253, 255, and 246 of the former Princeton Township Land Use Ordinance. The existing single-family use is permitted as of right. The subject lot and property are complying with respect to all applicable bulk regulations. The proposed 17 by 22, 374 square foot open porch will be constructed on top of an existing patio. It will result in an increase in the existing FAR. The FAR for this zone is 15%. The existing FAR is 16.8%. The proposed FAR will be 17.9%. And I would just like to add that this property, one of the reasons the FAR is higher is there have been recent zoning changes that have, I think, that were designed for tear downs and new construction, but it affects everything equally. So one of the changes was the garage exemption was 280 square feet. That's no longer there. When the house was built, that was in effect. The other thing is areas that are 12 feet or higher are counted twice. If you look at the floor plan of this house, I would say 2/3 of the house has a ceiling higher than 12 feet. So that's counted twice for the purposes of FAR. So just to put it in context of the variance they're seeking, while technically a D variance, we've spoken about this before, you don't have to prove that the site is uniquely suited, but that the site can accommodate the additional increased floor area. And as you know, no variance or other relief may be granted under the terms of this section unless such variance or other relief can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and will not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan ordinance. That's my memo. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to address them.
Derek, just a quick question for you. What are we looking at, ballparkish, if you have it, of the FAR prior to the changes in the laws?
Well,
So
I mean,
were they within?
I'm just going to guess they were below the limit. There was 280 square feet, and I don't have the math on the area at 12 feet, but a good half of the second floor is above 12 feet. I mean, it's got the first floor goes up to the roof rafters, so, I mean, there's a huge portion of the property that was 12 feet, and they passed that ordinance probably 2015, just in a way to, I think it was, obviously it affects everything, but it was designed to quell tear downs. I'm not sure, how that worked out, but I'm just trying to put it in context how it affects this application.
So, okay, so these
Thanks.
guys are getting basically spanked for something they had no control over. Okay, thank you.
Derek, can you also address the 3 denials that are listed in the back of this packet?
The
refusals for
Oh,
permits?
they applied for a building permit, I guess a year ago, and we went out and looked at the site, and we determined at that point that they were over the FAR, and that was the reason for refusal of a zoning permit. And then, obviously, they have a chance to come in and apply for a variance.
But there are 3 of them, aren't there? Oh, okay. All right. No, I'm just curious.
Mr. Levy? Shall we swear you in? Is your wife going to testify as well?
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah,
If you would both raise your right hands, you swear affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful.
Yes.
Thank you.
We do. Thank you very much. Sure. So the hour is late, and we will be brief because, quite frankly, our application largely speaks for itself. And before I start, my name is Jonathan Levy. My wife, Jill Nussbaum, and I have both prepared this application. I want to thank Mr. Bridger for both his objective guidance as well as Claudia's during this application. We reside at 6 James Court in the Glen in Princeton, and I thank you for your time and attention to this matter this evening. We are here today to seek a variance in order to put a roof over a section of a pre-existing properly permitted patio. Our house has a patio that previous owners put in, and it's our desire to cover a portion of that patio. Unfortunately, skin cancer runs in both our families. Tomorrow, I guess in about a half hour, will mark what happens to be the 15th anniversary of my mother's death at 57 years old from a rare form of melanoma. It is our hope to cover part of the space in order to protect ourselves and our one child from the sun so that we can more fully utilize our outdoor living space without fear of illness. As an initial matter, it's important to note that as Mr. Bridger has noted, a significant portion of our house has a lofted 2-story ceiling. I believe the house was built in the late 1980s. And as you know, as Mr. Bridger has spoken, when calculating the floor area ratio and considering a permit application in Princeton, lofted ceiling homes have their non-existent flooring on the second level counted toward that FAR. So when calculating the FAR of our home with the proposed patio roof, the FAR would exceed the permitted ratio, hence the initial denial of our permit. In other words, however, though, because this non-existent flooring on the second floor of our house was counted in the calculation of the FAR, our permit was denied because that FAR would exceed the maximum allowed as allowed by the ordinance, but in compliant with the MLUL. So we are here today to seek a variance in order to build, instead of what would be allowable under the ordinance of 168 feet of a of a roofed patio, to extend that to 320 feet. So as Mr. Bridger said, the FAR would go to 17.9%. And we are here to seek that variance in order to build the roof as it has originally been designed by the designer we commissioned to so build. As a preliminary matter, I think we believe that the application should be evaluated, and it can be evaluated under both, as a bulk variance, though, under 70C, rather than a use variance under D4. But I'm happy to address both of them, will address them, and explain why those criteria are met under either provisions. As stated in our Addendum A of the application, the FAR definition in the Princeton Ordinance 10B 241, as Mr. Bridger said, is actually more expansive than the statutory definition under the MLUL, because the former counts interior space that has a ceiling height of 12 feet or greater as 2 floors, and therefore a variance would actually not be required if the Princeton definition conformed to the statutory definition. Regardless, and we're not challenging the statute as applied, but just noting that in this circumstance, the criteria for both variances are addressed with the same justifications to merit what we believe an appropriate variance application. First, there are exceptional physical features of the home that uniquely affect our property. Unlike other homes in Princeton, as Mr. Bridger has explained, we are unable to utilize our entire floor area as that term is defined in the ordinance. That is because a portion of the floor area counts towards the floor area ratio consists of a vaulted space over a single over a single floor. Therefore, the floor area ratio is the same as that in homes with 2 usable floors. In other words, we're being really penalized under the ordinance because of the unusable space that is a result of an architectural design of the house. Further, there will be no material effect by virtue of the variance. There is already an existing patio on the property. Impervious space has been laid. Because the property is surrounded by a fence, and because the height of the home is well in excess of the proposed patio roof height, the construction of this roof over the patio will not impact the views of our neighbors. The lot is also double the size of that required in the zone, and the setbacks are far larger than that required in the zone. Therefore, the patio roof will not cause a detriment, any detriment, to our neighbors or to the town. Finally, the addition of the roof will not increase the lot coverage or the floor area ratio, as those terms are actually defined under the MLUL, to the extent it obviously conflicts with the ordinance in question. In addition, the floor area ratio variances are designed to limit the intensity of the use of a property. Grant of the requested variance here, which would permit a roof over an existing patio, has no impact on the intensity of the use. And again, to justify the denial of a variance on the basis of the negative criteria, any adverse impact must, under case law, as you all know, be substantial. In the absence of substantial adverse impact, the negative criteria are satisfied, as they are here. For quite simply, the addition of a small roof on an existing deck will have no impact, and certainly not have a substantial impact that will adversely affect the public good, nor will it have any substantial impact on the zone plan. The roof is small, it is concealed from the street, by the house, and from a neighbor owners by a fence, and the patio already exists. I would just note, and I'm happy to enter in the public record if need be, we obviously serve notice on all of the required neighbors and by registered mail, and we were part of a homeowner association, and the secretary of the homeowner association sent an email notifying the homeowners that this variance would actually be seeking, and we have a number of emails, none contesting, and in fact, in excess of, I would say, 5 or 6 actually affirmatively supporting us in this. The grant of the variance, we believe, will in fact fulfill several purposes of the MLUL, including the promotion of public health by encouraging outdoor activities, providing enhanced space for recreational use, and protection from the elements. I would note, and I've heard earlier today, that the health of one person or one family is not necessarily public use. I would argue, and do argue here today, that the granting of a roofed patio not only would benefit our use, but would serve to benefit, obviously, all of those who wish to protect themselves from ultraviolet rays. So providing enhanced space also for recreational use, allowing us the ability to use our patio to the fullest extent, and protection, as I said, from the elements. If the variance were not to be granted, we would sustain, we submit, undue hardship, because in the absence of a roof, the patio would have limited utility, as we would be exposed, as I mentioned, to damaging ultraviolet rays. So therefore, for these reasons, we respectfully request that this board grant us a variance to build that small roof over our existing patio. We thank you for your time. We're happy to answer any questions.
Derek, would we have a different, would it make a difference if this were screened in? Would we look at it differently if that, what the proposal would be?
No, the issue is,
I'm
he alluded to,
imagining that one might be
no, a
tempted
screen, it's FAR. At this point, what he mentioned earlier, he could do a 168 square foot open porch as a right, because there's a 200 square foot exemption in the ordinance that permits a porch with at least one side open. The screen porch is not considered an open porch, but at this point, they're already over the 200, so they're seeking that variance relief for the porch. But the screen porch, at this point, it's immaterial. They could actually finish this as living area. It's FAR at this point, if they chose so a year from now without any additional approval if you approve it tonight.
Got it.
Just a couple of questions. Presumably, you could have sun shielding with some sort of awning. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
You could use an awning to shield yourself from the sun as opposed to a roof without affecting FAR. Is that correct?
Do you want to address that, Jill?
Yes, and in fact, we have 4 umbrellas outside on our patio, yet still feel that the heat from the sun and the sun rays themselves at the height of the day don't allow us to use the space appropriately or the way we want to.
Okay, and a question, I guess, to Mr. Bridger. If this is approved and they then wanted to enclose it and make a living space out of it and not, could they do this once the FAR is approved?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
questions?
In furtherance of that question,
Comments?
if we as a board decide to grant them this, are we allowed to add the restriction that they are not allowed to enclose it?
I guess, I mean, it's FAR now. It's, you know, I don't really, you can call that, but it's, you just improved a enclosed swimming pool, you know, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, that's problematic, because if they're entitled to do it by right, it is a consequence of approving the roof, but the ordinance says what it says, and I mean, this is the repercussion of approving the roof. So I suppose if the applicant wants to indicate that they don't want to enclose it, they don't intend to, they could offer it, but I'm not sure that we can impose it on them, so.
I don't think, I mean, I'll tell you candidly, we are two lawyers, and I speak with candor that there's no intent currently right now to enclose it, but under the law, there's no reason to tie our hands for years from now, should we choose to, as of right, you can do so. I mean, I'm not prepared to say for ad infinitum we would not do so. That is not our intent right now. We've hired a designer from Amazing Decks to have it as an open air roof, but I mean, there's no reason to tie our hands down the road on that issue, respectfully.
I move we approve the proposal.
I second it.
Any further comment?
Who second?
I did.
Did you call my name?
Ms. Coulson?
Yes.
Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
Mr. Shriver?
Yes.
Mr. Tannenbaum?
Yep.
Mr. Valvanis?
Yes.
Ms. Chen?
Yes.
Ms. Pearl-Lambrose?
Yes.
Thank you, it's approved.
Thank you all very much for your time. Thank you.